Okay, excellent. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law under COVID-19 emergency declarations, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during this meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raised hand function before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand function can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. We will be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with the participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. We are providing a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our website and email. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter, and those will be part of the record. We'd like to call the April 8th, 2021 Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Pettit, please call roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson.
Here.
Ms. Bailey.
Here.
Mr. Kalikia. Mr. Kalikia. Director Collier. Mr. Dreyer.
Here.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Santoro.
Here.
Mr. Strickland.
Here.
Mr. Tarasik.
Here.
Ms. Trott.
Here.
Also in attendance today from our staff is Carl Brunges, who is hosting the meeting, and he will also be advancing slides in the presentations. And Stuart Hastings from the Law Department is also in attendance. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Excellent. Well, it's nice to see everyone, even if it continues to be virtually. Just a reminder to be respectful of presenters. Please mute all your connections if you are not presenting. We'll start with our certificates of appropriateness. We'd like to ask the first presenter to use the raised hand function so that your microphone can be unmuted and you can be easily identified. As we mentioned, the facilitator will be advancing your slides, so please let them know when you'd like them to be advanced. We'll start with our first applicant located in the Western Reserve Building at 1468 West 9th Street, signs for AdCom. Thank you, Mr. Kunzen. I hope I said your name right. Please unmute your phone and tell us about your project.
Good morning, I'm Bob Kunzen. This is for two signs at the AdCom building. They are in the presentation. If you could move to the next slide. As you can see, there will be a wall sign as indicated on that site plan, as well as a rooftop sign. You can go to the next slide. That is the building existing, where the rooftop sign will go. The next slide, please. The proposed rooftop sign. This is a black background with illuminated channel letters and logo set on it. They are all individual elements, the logo. The sides will be painted to match the faces. Very nice design of a sign. And I believe the next slide shows the dimensions, how it's mounted to the roof. Most of the mounting structure is hidden by the parapet. If you look under the sign there, the thin line between the mounting structure and the sign itself should be the top of the parapet. So as you can see, visible will be the sign only. The next slide, please. In the left bottom corner, that's a representation of a night view. And the next slide, please. This is the north wall. This is where the wall sign will go. That's the existing view. Next slide. That's the wall sign. This will look very nice. Those logo segments are both face as well as halo lit. The word ADCOM is halo lit only. All elements are painted black. I'm sorry, I'm going along quick. I know. Does anybody have questions at this point?
We'll ask our questions at the end. Please just continue. You're doing a great job.
Okay. Next slide. These are some different views we thought you might like to see how the sign will look. Especially the nighttime view, I think that will look very nice with the halo around the word ADCOM. And is there, yep. A view from a different angle of the wall sign. The sign is 8 foot tall, over 18 foot tall, I'm sorry, overall. And we have, no, that's it.
Excellent, thank you. Do we have feedback from the local committee?
Yes, good morning. This is Tom Storinsky from Historic Warehouse District, staff person to the Historic Downtown Cleveland Design Review Committee. We reviewed this virtually and then by email with some details, making sure we got the scale right on the wall sign. They showed us a couple different versions, and we settled on the 18-foot version being the most appropriate scale, not too big and not too small. And then some details on the wall, the roof sign, sliding it over to the north a little bit to further cover as much of the HVAC system as possible. We reviewed this in addition to our purpose as advisory to the Landmarks Commission. We also reviewed this because there's a historic conservation easement that the warehouse district holds on this building. And we approved the presentation as you saw today.
Excellent, thank you. Any feedback required on the size of the signs from planning department?
No, this is Anthony Santor. The code allows us to vary for the size of the sign as we see fit, as long as the commission deems it appropriate.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Then we will open the floor for the commission to comment and ask questions. Ms. Bailey? Go ahead.
The roof sign, I didn't hear. Is the roof sign, is it also lit or is it not? Lighting.
The rooftop sign is lit. The individual letters as well as the logo elements.
That's all my question.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. the wall sign is fine, and I like the way it's lit. I find the roof sign to be a little large. This is a very important building. It's designed by Daniel Burnham, and he designed our mall plan, and he was very instrumental in promoting the Beaux-Arts movement at the turn of the last century. I think this is one of 2 buildings we have left from him. So, I feel like it competes with the elegance of the building. I probably would like to see it a little smaller.
Thank you for that feedback, Ms. Anderson. Other feedback from the commission? Other feedback from the commission? Well, I'll give my feedback now. I guess I would agree with Ms. Anderson's comments. I feel like it's the size of it, and more importantly, the black background to me makes the sign a little overbearing compared to the building. If there was no background, I think I would be more on board with it, so that it was a little bit more delicate and elegant in relationship to this building. So I have no issues with the wall sign, but the roof sign, I'm personally struggling with it because of the size and the black background. Feedback from others on the commission.
How tall is the letters alone by itself without the black background?
The letters are 4 foot 5 inches tall, which on an 8-story building, it's pretty high up there.
Yeah, the perspective makes it seem larger than that.
Yeah, the whole background, if I may, is actually only 7 foot 8 inches. So, I mean, it's less than 1 story height, being if nine stories up in the air, if you will. And without a background, if I could say, the sign would get lost in the sky, actually.
Yeah, due to the stroke width of the letters, that's where the real challenge falls with that.
Did you explore doing a black-white material for it so that the letters could read black during the day and then white during the night?
Even with that particular option, was not really ever considered due to the fact of that stroke width. It's going to be rather narrow, and you've got a decent amount of activity behind that when you're viewing coming across the bridge. So that's why that was not truly taken into consideration.
Thank you for that feedback. Mr. Tarasik?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is, I understand, and forgive me for categorizing it this way, but I understand that I'll call it the shield, the yellow, red, and orange shield is part of your branding. Is that black background, is that the way that sign looks, is that part of your branding, part of the logo for the entity itself? Or is that up there part of the design, I guess? That's my question.
Go ahead, Mr. Kunzen. You can open your mic and just respond to the commission's comments.
Daryl, would you like to comment on that question?
Can I comment on it?
Yes, certainly.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for your feedback. I think the perspective that I have is part of the reason the black is there is to hide the HVAC system, as Tom mentioned. And I agree that the perspective, it looks large because where we took the picture, it's looking right up at it, kind of from the bridge. But if you're further away, the city is much bigger than that perspective. That's really just if you're 100 feet away from the building or 200 feet or so. But yeah, without the black, the letters get lost, and the HVAC system that's behind it, you see some to the left. There are multiple units right behind it. So actually, I think it looks a lot better than nothing. I think the purpose of it is to attract talent as well from the Ohio City area and Lakewood area, people that come from there. That's one of the reasons we located here when we were choosing to move recently, and the city supported that. I purchased a large portion of this building, and I totally respect, it's beautiful. I love the building. One of the things that we've done here is made the rooftop sign movable, so it's not affecting any of the facade of the building or the architecture of the building. So we can simply unbolt it if we need to, or if there's a reason to. So it's not drilling into any of the beauty of the architecture. We think in addition to attracting talent, it adds a lot of charisma to that area, because that building has been largely dormant for a number of years. It was mildly occupied. So as the large tenant in the building, we brought a lot of life to the building, and we have a growing company. We look to hire, at least another 50 people. We've added 6 or 7 people already this year. And, we really want to make that building and that area more charismatic. A lot of the buildings in that area have just kind of been just coasting. If you look at the park down below to the right, that's an example of what I mean by that. The park is just really, I'm looking out the window now to it, and it's just kind of it's neglected. So we want to be able to bring people in and contribute to the area downtown, and help in that particular area, and kind of bridge the flats, the warehouse district in Ohio City in a meaningful way to all the neighbors in that area. So that's the thought process behind why we located there, and the sign, just to be able to give you my 2 cents on it. And the black is part of our lockup when we're using the white to answer the specific question.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part of what you just said. The black is part of your branding, or is not part of your branding?
It is. The black, when we use the white letters, we have a black background. The size was recommended to be bigger by Tom's group, because we had it a little smaller, and it looked like it was too tight and created a little tension around the shield and letters. So this gave it a little more breathing room and readability.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your comments.
And further to that, we were hoping the planning committee was hoping to actually slide it more to the north, so it completely covered all of the HVAC system, but the structure of the building did not allow it. So it moved a little bit more north than possible, because that was part of our justification for it. It was like the sign was a better solution than looking at that clutter of the HVAC system.
Miss Bailey, did you put your hand back up?
Have you looked at, I understand your concept, trying to hide the HVAC system and the black being your brand color, but I do agree that the black seemed to make it larger, even though the sizes that we were looking at is not really large. Have you looked at maybe a softer tone like gray? Because if you go back to the photograph we were looking at, the rooftop around the rest is kind of like grayish. I mean, you could still have the background dark color So your logo, color logo, and your sign can show, but have you looked at maybe having a grayish color and you can still hide the HVA system instead of black? Because the black seemed to make it larger.
Two points on that, and thank you for the comment. When we billboard for companies in town, and a black background with white letters reads consistently better than gray, and gray is not part of our identity, so I'm not sure how that would change. If we did that, I would be a little uncomfortable with that, but I appreciate the thought. I think the other point is, if you were further away from this, if you were at, on 25th, I think you would not even see the gray sign at all. And, the only people that would see this were the ones that are very close from this perspective. I think this perspective makes our sign looks great, but I appreciate, if we took it further away, it would probably alleviate your concern just seeing that.
Well, there's all types of gray, so I'm talking about a darker gray, not a light gray. So it's like a warm color. But again, the black, it's making it look so big and large. So it's still going to be a dark background. It's not going to be light. So that's what my thinking on it.
Thank you. Mr. Strong, are you here part of the ownership? I see your hand is up, or is that just a mistake to be up?
Joe covered all of my points.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to just make sure that I don't miss anyone. Mr. Santora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree with the rest of the commission on this. The wall sign is absolutely, I think it looks great. This sign does seem overly large. I think it is part of the rendering here, because if we're looking at it and assuming those are standard, 5-foot tall windows, you're looking at 5 or 6 foot tall letters, which isn't the case. You said they were 4 or 5. Did you guys explore at all shrinking the letters slightly to about 4 foot, shrinking the logo to be in line with that height instead of larger, and then actually separating it above the roof a little, above the parapet line, so you can get some distinction and separation from the sign in the building?
From an engineering standpoint, I'm not sure if how that works with the separation. I don't know if the Brilliant Sign guys have a comment on that.
Well, you would, to extend the supporting structure higher, of course, now all that structure needs to be thicker and more heavy duty. The idea behind the way it is attached to the roof, Mr. Santora, is that you don't see the structure above the top of the parapet. I think this looks a lot nicer and as if it belongs there rather than seeing the supporting structures. Did I answer?
Okay. I mean, it was just a thought. The way the sign from that image and the way people are going to perceive it when it's on the ground, and it's probably not as big an issue since it's so far back, but I think it would just benefit it if it had a distinct separation off of there. And given the height and size of the sign, I think even if you were to beef up those supports a little bit, they would still be kind of inconsequential. And you can paint them, a different color, either a white or a milled finish to help them disappear a little bit in the skyline. But it was just something to think about.
Thank you for the question.
Mr. Dryer, questions?
Just a suggestion on the background color, and this may be too simplistic, but I'm wondering if instead of the black, it could be more brown like the building, basically match the darker brown of the building. It might help it fit in a little.
Thank you for that feedback. Mr. Strickland? Feedback?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So based on all of the comments that I've heard, it sounds like the Design Review Committee actually suggested the larger sign size to act as more of a screen for the HVAC equipment and adjusted the position of the sign to the north, again, acting more as an effective screen for the rooftop equipment. So given that and the fact that the sign could easily be removed if necessary and it's not affecting the existing architecture, I can support the applicant's submission as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Sternsky?
Just to clarify, the committee only suggested making the background larger, not the sign itself. We added like a foot around the border because it was really too tight and really kind of weird looking. So we didn't actually ask for a larger sign. We just asked for the background to be more appropriate. And I appreciate a lot of the comments from the commission wishing there wasn't a background to it, like a typical rooftop sign that you see like Medical Mutual and all that stuff. And I don't know if I would agree that with all the HVAC stuff back there, that location probably wouldn't work. But I don't know if there is a location to the north or the south that has similar visibility for AdCom's investment that does not have the clutter behind it. That maybe there's a way to study that a little bit further, because we'd get a more traditional rooftop sign. Because I'm going through my head as I'm hearing the conversation, thinking about all the rooftop signs, and I'm not sure there's any that have an actual background on it. So maybe there's an opportunity for some further study. Maybe if you went to the picture, Carl, that doesn't have anything on it, the very first picture, and think about it from that standpoint. So now you can see the clutter, and then the thinness of the AdCom font would really kind of get lost with that clutter behind it. And I know Joe and I talked a lot about, putting it on the new building of the Western Reserve Complex, the white building. And I can't remember why, Joe, that one didn't work. And I'm also thinking if we went to the south, beyond to the part of the building that's canted toward Superior Hill, and so you'd still see I was looking at it on Google Google View while the conversation was happening, and you'd still get some visibility. You wouldn't get it all the way across the river, like I think that what you're aiming for, but maybe there's an opportunity for further study.
Well, to answer your question on the location, the new building, there's potential for other projects and ideas there that this would inhibit. And to the north, to the south side, we could move it there, but I still think you would need the black behind it for the white lettering, which is our corporate identity, to be able to be visible. So I thought, having it, in the middle, not only looked centered, it also provided, a kind of community value by hiding all of that HVAC. If you pictured the sign from this perspective, and you look at those windows below it on the top floor, that's how big it is. And you're right. I mean, we could shrink down the black back to where we had it, and I think it's more modest, but I do think it looks better based on your recommendations to do that. So I appreciate that. I'm happy to compromise. I would not like to change the corporate colors around it. I think that would make the investment one that I would be concerned with. I appreciate the gray and the brown ideas. That, it looks probably a little nicer if we were just putting something up to block that HVAC, but it would defeat the purpose on the visibility.
I guess the thing that I'm personally struggling with is that this doesn't read as a standard sign, as Mr. Sternsky mentioned. It reads more like a billboard to me. And, we obviously have very strong feelings of billboards throughout the city of Cleveland, and throughout many cities. But so personally, that's what I'm struggling with, is that it feels like a billboard. I mean, at night, I like it better because the background goes away and you do just see the sign for what its merits. So that's what I'm personally struggling with, is that the black background, I understand your reasons for it, but to me, it's reading as a billboard. And billboards are not something we typically move forward with in the historic districts.
Yeah,
This is my personal opinion.
no, I get it. I don't know the distinction, what makes a billboard or a sign not a billboard, but so I'm not sure how to react to that, but I think it will look beautiful. Honestly, I think we put a gazillion options here, and we've been kind of going through this for a long time. We're very excited about it. I appreciate the consideration for making sure it looks good. And, you know, our business is the identity business for all of our clients, KeyBank, Medical Mutual, Cleveland Clinic. I mean, we want to be very proud of who we are and what we represent for the community. And we want our sign to look good and to make the building look strong and draw people into it and do a good job for the community we serve.
Other questions or comments from the commission?
I have one more comment. And I understand there's been a study and the signage company took an effort of viewing this, but I understand that this photograph and everything was taken from an aerial view higher than a human height. So it looks like the HVA units are further back from the parapet. So my point I'm trying to say is, has it been studied from the astral view, eye view site from the bridge or the pedestrian height, and to see if you can see the HVA system? Yes, you can see it if you're higher up in a helicopter or whatever level. I'm just wondering, has anybody looked at it at a pedestrian or a vehicle level?
Yes,
What I'm looking at, it looks like it's further back away from the edge of the building.
No, that's a good question. I appreciate the perspective. So if you look at the HVAC units, they're about, I would say, 5 feet off the parapet. The sign is just above in between those, and they're not any higher than those. So no matter what the perspective from where you're standing are, if you were at this level, the sign would be just above those. It's not enormously taller than that view. So that's a good point. So if you went lower, to my point earlier, if you went lower, you know, the sign is not, you know, raised above that.
I would like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Oh, so Madam Chair, may I make one last comment, please?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Straswick, and Mrs. Bailey, you can go.
Thank you. And it's a I guess both rhetorical and a question that I'd like some feedback on. I'm looking at this picture here that we see here, and I spend most of my time downtown. I'm trying to recall if there are any other, or if there are, where there are other signs that are similar to the ones being proposed here, a rooftop sign like this. Even if I'm looking here, I'm seeing the KeyBank with the KeyBank logo, Huntington with the logo, and that's on the side of the buildings. And as I'm going through my mind here, I'm trying to think of any other buildings downtown that have a sign similar to the ones being proposed on top of the building, not necessarily on the face of the structure. If somebody would assist me with that.
Sure. Medical Mutual is an example. Again, not putting it on the face of the building protects the integrity of the building and the architecture. So typically when they're on the face of the building, it's easier and I would agree, it's less expensive and better to do it that way. But then, you know, we don't have a new building or an opportunity to do that. And it's not the right thing for the building where you see the First National Bank affixed to the face of the building or KeyBank. So we really have to take this approach where we're making it removable and building a structure much like Medical Mutual.
Madam Chair, to the question, the Port of Cleveland actually has the words Port of Cleveland on the top edge of two sides of their building that this commission approved. It's only a 3-story building, so you actually do have an interaction with it from the street level. The Flats East Bank sign is a skyline sign as well, like similar to the Playhouse Square sign. Playhouse Square is a lower building, so you have a relationship with it when you're in US Bank Plaza. I think the Flats East Bank sign is more from across the river or on the river is your relationship with it because it's a taller building. And then like the Medical Mutual one that Joe mentioned are the ones that come to mind immediately. None of them do have a background though, if that's your question. Of the ones that I'm thinking of.
The Market Garden beer sign is another one that comes to mind. It just says beer.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with a lot of these, like if there was a little bit more space above the top windows and the cornice, my recommendation probably would have been to place it in that space, kind of how you see in the white building on the screen now. There's that little bit of space there that I would have suggested squeezing it in there if it fit nicely. But on the Burnham building, there's just really not any place that I would, to Ms. Anderson's point at the beginning, that I wouldn't want anything kind of interacting with the historic fabric on that space.
Yeah,
So I'm actually
Mr.
driving
Frisco.
around the city on Google Earth and looking at all of the signs that were referenced, and all of them are freestanding letters versus those mounted on a background. Port of Cleveland is parapet mounted individual letters. Medical Mutual is on a framework similar to the Playhouse Square one, and I think the same applies to the Flats sign.
And I think that was where I was going with this was if there was an opportunity of placing it on the building to the left, I believe, which is theirs as well, as opposed to the actual sign. And then that was my actual question, if there was anything else downtown that had that background and not the freestanding. Because I think the one in Playhouse Square is wonderful. I think the one in East Bank is wonderful. But this is just a little different than both of those. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question if no one else don't have any comments.
Go ahead.
My motion was going to include to have the rooftop be reviewed, have the applicant to look at the rooftop again and just come back to us. So that means it has to possibly be tabled. So I want to know how the applicant feels on that before the motion is taken.
I mean, I would be very disappointed to not to change anything, because I think we've looked at it 1,000 different ways, and I think that would be disappointing. I don't know what else we would bring back to you, to be honest with you. That would be different than the thoughtful approach that we took here. And part of why I wanted to stay in the city was part of this package when we decided to stay downtown, and that was part of the hope and discussion, and even talking to Tom and that commission a while back and getting through that process. So I'm not really sure what else we would do, and part of what we wanted to do is attract talent and really kind of just be a strong part of the community and create charisma for this building and this part of town. And I think this would aid us in doing that.
And I think we are in support of you, and I'm very appreciative that you did stay downtown and locate here, and we're supportive of your signage on the north face of the building. I think we just need to continue to work on this roof sign, because I don't feel that we're fully aligned with the approach based on the historic building that you're placing this sign on. Similar to what Mr. Sternsky said, if the sign was on the white portion of the building, or mounted parapets, I think there could be some different, feelings related to the sign. But, so I just want to be clear there. We're supportive of giving you that ability to identify, your business. We're just not currently aligned with your approach.
Well, I appreciate that, but you can't go over the white building. So just to be clear, I mean, it would be easier and less expensive, but for what I know the building owners have in mind for what they need to do, that's not an option. So I think it has to be on the brown building. So we could move it south if we wanted to, but then it wouldn't hide the HVAC. And the smaller version is, again, what we had presented to Tom's group, so we can go back and look at that. And I appreciate you guys are being supportive, and your questions are all very good. And from your perspective, new to this process, I know a lot of those things that we went through, you haven't had exposure to, but just knowing we explored this from all those angles, knowing it's removable, and knowing the previous committee did a really good job at shaping our thinking, I'm not sure what else we could do to support my business objectives.
So Ms. Bailey, does that clarify your comment or answer your comment?
Are you asking me a question, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
yes.
Whether the table to Rooftop only signed to give the applicant a chance to review it along with the local design review, just to, look at other options and just approve of the wall sign.
Correct. Did that answer your question related to that?
No, it hasn't answered my question.
I'm sorry, the ownership group that was just speaking, I'm sorry, I just lost your name within my queue here.
I'm Joe Kubik.
Mr. Kubik, so Ms. Bailey is asking, obviously you expressed that you'd be disappointed. We're trying to find a way to move you forward here. Like we said, we are supportive of providing you that ability for identity. I think what I'm hearing is from the commission is that we can support the wall sign, but we're currently cannot support the roof sign in its current configuration. Would you approve of us splitting your approval and voting only on the wall sign and tabling the roof sign to give you some additional time to either bring us and show us the studies that have been done so that we have a better understanding of the comments that you're making, or would you like us to move forward with voting on both of those signs together?
I think splitting it and giving you guys the thought process is very reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bailey, does that clarify now related to the motion you'd like to make?
Yes, I can make a motion.
Go ahead.
The first, well, this is going to be a two-part motion. The first motion is the wall sign to approve of the wall sign as presented. And the part two of the same motion is to decline the roof sign as presented. That's the motion.
Can I clarify that? Are you tabling the voting related to the wall sign, not declining it, but tabling it?
Well, I would like to table it. Did the owner gave us permission to table it?
Yes, he did.
Okay, then we take that. I apologize. The roof sign is the table, the roof sign to give the applicant opportunity to review it. That's the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. We have a second. Any further discussion?
So when do we come back, or what is the process for that?
Our next meeting is as soon as in 2 weeks. If you can forward the information to Mr. Pettit and Mr. Brunges, then they can either let you know that there's space on the meeting in 2 weeks, or the alternate would be in 4.
Okay. Thank you guys very much for your time and feedback.
Thank you. We're going to just vote on this now that we have a second. Ms. DeNovi, I apologize. I see that you're with the ownership and your hand is still up. Did you have further comments before we finish the voting on this application?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your feedback. I just wanted to let everyone know that we did do a feasibility study on the building with a structural engineer, and we determined that we had to stick with the building furthest to the south, which was built in 1886. There's a lot of structure that's happening with the HVAC units in that central part of the building where the main bay window is that didn't allow us to tie back in, so which is why we had to move it further south. So there was a feasibility exercise completed with a structural engineer.
We can share that for the next review.
That would be excellent. Any further discussion?
Yes, yes. This is Bob Kunzen. One thing I did want to add to please consider if we are tabling this to the next meeting is that sign on that section of the building, as it was pointed out by Mr. Kubik, that building had remained largely unoccupied. I don't want to use the word dormant, but you know my point. I believe that the sign on there also points out that there's life and purpose to that building, that there is an intended purpose going on there. It had been suggested to maybe move the building to the lighter section of the building. Joe had indicated that can't happen. But what I would like you to consider is that, as I said, I know I'm repeating myself, but it does show that building is alive. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you for that feedback. I would recommend that you bring us some indication of what that future sign by ownership would also be for, in relationship to what you're proposing to allow us to fully understand the long-term impact of and relationship to anything that's going on in this building. At least a location, if it can't be revealed, what that future sign may be. All right, so I think that probably concludes our further discussion. Mr. Pettit, will you please call roll and announce the results?
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio, Mr. Dreyer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasic,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
So your motion approves the wall sign but tables the roof sign. So we look forward to seeing you again here in the near future to look at the roof sign again.
Sounds good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next applicant located at 2429 West Superior Viaduct, new mixed-use construction for Bridgeworks.
Madam Chair, prior to the presentation of this, I believe the next one as well, I'm going to recuse myself from participating in the Bridgeworks consideration for this one and the next application as well for Bridgeworks.
Thank you for letting us know. Could the applicant please announce yourself and tell us about your project?
Yes, Jonathan Evans from Mass Design Group is going to be the presenter for this project, and we're excited to share updates based on this committee's feedback and also local design reviews feedback. So,
yes, thank you, Graham. Good morning, Jonathan Evans with Mass Design Group. Very excited to be meeting with you this morning and sort of represent and sort of show you updates to this project. We've been excited to incorporate feedback from local design review and others as we've kind of reconsidered the sort of the massing form of this project. I go to the next slide. So again, this was the repackaging of the design that we submitted back in February to local design review, we've taken a lot of comments into consideration and reconsidering the massing of this project and consolidating the residential and hotel portions into one form, providing a more generous setback from the public way along the corner of 25th and Detroit, really allowing that sort of public realm to breathe into the site, and again preserving a view corridor to Malachi, the church there as well. So it kind of makes for a more elegant tower, something that again has a little bit more presence and identity, as opposed to the previous massing whereby it was kind of a longer mass at 10 stories across the entire kind of body side of the street there. Again, we also are excited about a lot of sort of major public realm amenities along the ground level there, with the commercial space set back 60 feet from the curb, as well as public amenities with a restaurant at that 11th floor, that datum that separates the residential portion from the hotel above. Next slide. Yeah, so this massing here reflects some refinements to that of previous submission. Again, from the February to here, we have reduced the floor by height, so we've gone to 16 stories, and we've taken some feedback into consideration and adjusting the form of that commercial space that's off 25th Street there to kind of make it align with the old Viaduct Street that kind of bisects the site. And in some ways have a form that's a little bit similar to that of the ticket booth building to the streetcar level, and what we've been calling the Art Deco building, which is the old garage there. So allowing those pieces to be more like kind of follies in the public realm there. Worth noting again here that this project also involves the adaptive reuse and preservation of that ticket booth building and that Art Deco garage, and incorporating them into this project in a very meaningful way. Next slide. Again, so this is that same massing, obviously from the sort of reverse side there, from the north. Again, one of the things that we're really excited about with this site is allowing a framework such that we can provide a large amount of public space. We've got about an acre of open space, highlighted by a plaza along the eastern edge that really has the potential to connect down to that streetcar level of the Superior Bridge there. So really allowing the potential for that activation of that public space to happen. Next slide. Again, just sort of an overall kind of height map where we sit in context. Again, so we're kind of marching along Detroit Avenue there. We are at 186 total, below the height threshold, consistent with some other sort of towers in the space there. And again, given the site, given at this sort of key intersection, the ability to kind of make a marker here, I think is really exciting. And so we are again excited by this massing and the opportunity here to put a significant building on this corner. Next slide. So then this would be the view stepping back from 25th and Detroit. Again, sort of seeing the skyline and the bridge beyond. As I kind of started to allude to before, starting from the lower left, that commercial space on the corner, again, sort of being somewhat akin to the Art Deco and ticket booth building, the main residential volume, as this sort of dark brick, seeing that sort of slit or that reveal in that the restaurant level at level 11, that separates the brick volume, and then that sort of hotel above. We like the idea that these buildings kind of have there's certain things about them in terms of color and tone that are similar, but they each have their own identity and expression. So we kind of like that reading, and then at that base, really having this robust public realm, the idea to really kind of bring you in into the space. Next slide, and this next image zooms in a little bit more there. So yeah, again, you can see again the new commercial space on the left, the restoration of the Art Deco and ticket booth buildings on the right, allowing that to become part of this sort of larger public infrastructure on the site. And then straight ahead in this view would be the hotel lobby. Kind of, so we're using the residential massing to kind of create kind of this canopy condition to kind of bring you into that space. Next slide. Worth noting here, this is the existing survey of the site. Again, I sort of alluded to the adaptive reuse of some of the buildings on site. So what you can see here in the to be demolished zone, that is the 1960s edition that is we are proposing to demolish as part of this project. It is it does not have the same architectural character or details as the older historic portion. So that and you can see photos of it on the right there. Those are that's the building that we are proposing to demolish. You can see a solid red line kind of running diagonal across the page. As part of the construction, that facade will be disassembled, cataloged, and then reassembled as part of the new construction. Next slide. So then this here is the sort of final kind of ground floor plan. Again, that diagonal red line we saw before kind of shows up here at the sort of bottom where we see the word hotel lobby. So that becomes we are bringing that old building into this project as sort of a meaningful kind of marker or element within this hotel lobby kind of cafe space. Again, you see that sort of West Plaza, again, that sort of line denotes the old Viaduct Street that used to bisect this into separate parcels. So again, trying to sort of find ways to bring the history of the site into the reading of this current site plan. And again, the large, you can see here also the amount of open space that we're providing here on the site. Again, really trying to make this space a destination for the sort of neighborhoods that surround us and open up access to the streetcar level for potential future activation. Next slide. So then this is basically a zoom in of that ground floor. Again, another thing to note that we're looking at doing is really trying to activate the street frontage along Vermont Ave, the Viaduct side there. We got the Port Cochere, and we have the micro commercial space as something that starts to, again, further create more sort of events along the facade as we move down. Next slide. Just again, moving up the building, this would be that 11th floor public level. So this would have some residential amenity space as well as that the sort of bar, restaurant, and outdoor space. And then the next slide is just the typical kind of residential and hotel floor plates. And the next slide. So this is kind of a view that you would never have, right? So this is kind of that sort of helicopter drone shot. But what we like about this is it really kind of starts to give you a sense of how the pieces are coming together in the public realm, and really highlighting a lot of what we're doing in terms of celebrating the existing architecture as part of the identity of this place. So we are proposing to restore the exterior masonry of the ticket booth and the 1941 Art Deco building. And again, so that becomes part of what's really going to ground this design and kind of, again, reading the history of the site here. So those are important program pieces. Again, the plaza in the front, and then the residential building beyond. And you can see the garage as well. Next slide. Again, this is flipping back. So here we're looking at the view from the Vermont Avenue side. Again, I think the main kind of actor here is the hotel lobby space that you see in the middle with the 20+ foot high curtain wall. And we have a view a little later in the deck here, but what's exciting with this view as well is that as you kind of get down, you can see that old facade that we talked about would be disassembled and reassembled, becomes something that is framed and is a prominent feature of the interior of that lobby. And again, you have the commercial space there on 25th Street, residential lobby, and then that East Plaza as well. Next slide. Just from a kind of tectonic standpoint, looking a little bit more at the materiality, for the, again, I'll go left to right, for that commercial space in the corner, looking for ultra high performance concrete panel. That's something that it's more robust than it's a robust product. It can give us some texture and definition that'll be helpful in that sort of human scale public realm zones. Talked about the restored Art Deco facade, again, cleaning that masonry. Garage screen and brick as part of defining that garage volume. Looking at brick, and we'll show you the sample of that shortly for the residential portion. Storefront window wall to sort of create that slit between the hotel and the resi, and then for the hotel portion above, an aluminum wall panel. And again, we have details of this stuff forthcoming. And so that same, next slide, that same diagram kind of holds true on the other facade here. So again, really looking at these as pretty pure forms, so that the massing reads consistent around them. So again, wall panels up top, storefront, brick below. Next slide. And yeah, same here. And again, the restored Art Deco facade, really sort of looking at how we can again thoughtfully restore that masonry. Next slide. this just kind of gets into a little bit of detail about how we're kind of getting some of the core building effect on the brick wall. Again, trying to do something that is certainly unapologetically of its time and contemporary, but still has a certain respect for and cognizance of the historic buildings in the neighborhood. So it does kind of tend to have sort of a warehouse aesthetic. It starts to have, again, that depth, setting the window back and whatnot as well. So we are excited how that's going to come together. Next slide. And this is that hotel portion, again, slightly even more kind of bold in terms of its contemporariness. A very simple pattern achieved with the aluminum window system and then the aluminum wall panel as well, integrating the louver within the window system, so it becomes as clean of a piece as we can make here. Next slide. And then yeah, this starts to sort of put some of the finished materials on display here. Again, looking at sort of a dark green for that aluminum wall panel for the hotel. You can see the sort of swatch for the brick there, something that is you know, not a red brick. We like the darkness. We like the sheen of this product here. And then the UHPC panel is, again, something that has opportunities for texture within it, so that it's not mimicking the historic buildings, but again, there's a certain dialogue there that we think is nice. And then looking at grays and blacks for the storefront and curtain wall mullions. Next slide. So yeah, this is a little bit more on the aluminum panel for the hotel above. Again, it's not a siding product, so we are looking at kind of a flush panel. So there will be a joint, but you know, we like that that joint gives us a little bit of texture that we think is going to be helpful here. Next slide. And then again, this is the brick that we're talking about. Again, it's kind of a desaturated red. It's got some iron spotting, got some sheen that we think is going to be nice here. Next slide. And then the sort of polymer window product here, again, looking at the anodized silver or black for the various components of this product. And I think this is the last one, the next slide here. The garage screen, we are, again, looking at sort of aluminum mesh for the garage screen that will then become the canvas for a commissioned art piece to be designed at a later time. But you know, we see that as a great opportunity to really kind of bring the arts into this building. And then I think the last one here is, again, more on that UHPC panel. Again, looking at kind of an off-white or gray color, and you can see some of the zoom-ins that kind of note the texture that we can achieve with this product, and the finishing options as well. So this becomes something that will create some depth, some shadow lines that we think could be really attractive for this building. And the next slide is so this is the view, again, from Vermont Avenue, looking into that hotel lobby. And so beyond there, you see that's the historic Art Deco facade that we're talking about. It will be temporarily deconstructed and then put back into place there as kind of a prominent figure within that hotel lobby space. And then next slide is the final slide here. So again, we are excited about how this is all coming together. Again, I think we like that you can kind of essentially read the diagram of the building and the massing and then the material kind of fenestration. We like how this process has led us to a form that is you know, a little bit more consolidated, and you can even see in this image what we like is that there's a little bit of a dialogue between our piece and the church nearby. So we yeah, with all that said, we're excited by where this is going, and look forward to your comments here. So thank you.
Thank you. I did see, before we move on, Mr. Pettit, I saw your hand up at some point during the presentation. Did you have something to add?
I just wanted to point out to the commission that we saw this conceptually in December. It has developed considerably in the meantime, in terms of design development and location on the site, and in terms of material development. It's on the agenda today for final approval. And we also have to act on the demolition of the county bridge testing building as well. I just wanted to point that out. We also have a report from Carl Brunges on the site visit that was taken to look at the building to be demolished.
Shall we look at that first before we go on to questions and comments?
I think it's your call. I think it would be, I don't know who was on the site visit, but I think it would be good for the commission to know what the condition and character of that building is.
Sure. I think I would agree. I think we need to make sure we understand demolition before we comment more on the proposal. Mr. Brunges, can you tell us about the site visit and context?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have a little bit of history of when these were built and the architects, so in 1941 and 1963. And just as a note for when the deconstruction and reconstruction happens, that the original blueprints are available from the county. If you have not already gotten them, you would just have to do a public records request for those. So site context here, overview, we are at the far northeast corner of the Ohio City Historic District. You see the surrounding buildings and the site here with one individual landmark here just outside of the district. This is looking at the site, looking southwest. The building, or the SNP and box cast building, is the last building in the district. And then directly across the street is the newer build there. Catty corner from that is the Hubbard Cook building, which is an individual landmark. Should be noted that I believe last year, Cleveland City Planning approved a plan for, I think it was 27-story building to be placed in between those two buildings. And Mr. Santora could correct me later if I was wrong on that height. And then looking west, you can see some non-contributing buildings, garages and such, and then St. Malachy in the background. Looking back, see this in context to the site more. They do have this art piece, and I'd wonder, could answer later if this is going to stay as a part of the project or is that going to be removed? And then looking at the ticket booth in its context to the site. And I know there was a list of items that were not being considered at this time, and I believe the restoration component would also have to be discussed at a later date, as well as to methods and such. 1941 garage. And you see the two buildings in context to each other. And then we did the interior tour. This is the 1963 edition. The one question I have, and we would only know this by looking at the blueprints, is this section here on the right seems to carry over some of the original fenestration of the other building. And I wonder if this was also original, but I believe this is proposed for removal at this time. And you'll get a better look on the roof. It is a pretty simple building, design-wise. Form for the function, it was a test lab. Various rooms inside. And here you can see on the roof, this is the line that they would be demolishing. So I'm just curious about this section here, whether that's original or not as well. But I believe that is proposed to be removed as part of the plan. And then we moved from the roof to the third floor, second floor, and then various rooms throughout. And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have feedback from the local design review committee?
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Thank you for having me. My name is Donna Gregonis. I'm with Ohio City Incorporated. I'm the Neighborhood Development Director in Tremont West Development Corporation. So this was seen by the local design review committee, and they approved demolition as presented and stated that they did not see any significant detail, but they are in support of demolition as proposed. And then for the proposed development, they moved to approve it with the recommendation to explore brick and paneling colors. But I do want to add that it is proposed in the plans to remove a portion of the sidewalk along the viaduct for parking. And in general, I know that we do not support removing the public right-of-way for parking. And this is definitely not a precedent that we'd like to set in Ohio City. And I know that was stated very clearly at the local design review level. And we do believe that that should be a space for pedestrians and people to gather instead of parking. And then deferred for review from the approval was facade material colors, their garage screening, landscaping and hardscaping, site signage, and site lighting. So those are the general comments. Thank you.
To comment on, I would say a mischaracterization by Ms. Gregonis is, there's going to be a net gain of pedestrian way along the viaduct, and we also are required by the county as part of the purchase agreement. This is their mandate, not influenced by the design. So, there's going to be a vastly larger pedestrian way down the viaduct. So it's a mischaracterization that we're taking away sidewalk.
Okay, well, maybe we can dive into that here in a second more on any other feedback from people to speak on behalf of the project from city planning or councilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've got some road work being done outside of my house, so I apologize if it's a little noisy here. No, Madam Chair, I appreciate you hearing this today and allowing me to speak. Today I'm just speaking in support of the project, and I appreciate the considerations and the process of the development team working with the community and the local design review as well. This is a really exciting project, of course, at the corner of 25th and Detroit, which is an underutilized surface parking lot. And it does many good things, including, supporting the walkability and the activity and the vibrancy of the community. And, all of those overarching benefits, as I've said before too, Madam Chair, and all you have to do is walk through the central courtyard of the Church and State development to see how thoughtful design really, it improves the community. And every time we walk through that courtyard, you see little kids playing and, people enjoying themselves in those public spaces. So I appreciate the record of this development team when it comes to thoughtful design, not just in the color of the materials, but also in, how it relates to the neighborhood. And we're excited that this project is going to be along that same thread. So again, appreciate the thoughtful input from the community and the development team working on this project. And it's a really exciting addition to the neighborhood, which of course this part of the neighborhood has this type of density and height with our Lakeview Senior Tower and some of the Stone Bridge as well. So I think it's appropriate in this area of the neighborhood as well. And again, will really help link a part of the community that right now is a surface parking lot and is quite an abrupt stop from the vibrancy of Stonebridge and Lakeview and everything else that's gone on 25th now. And of course, Madam Chair, with the addition of the Irishtown Bend Hillside coming online, this just speaks to the exciting advancement of this project in this part of the neighborhood. So again, I want to just speak in support of the project. and thank everyone involved in making this a reality. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Councilman. Excuse me for 1 second. We'll now open the floor for the commission for comments and questions. Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment that I was on the site visit with Carl and other members of the project and Ohio City Incorporated. I would say that the 1960s building that's proposed for demolition does not have any distinctive architectural features or contribute architecturally to the project, to the site. So I would be in favor of the demolition. One thing I would note, and Carl, I think it might be helpful, some of my comments, to go back to some of the pictures that you took, specifically the 1941 building, the south elevation facing the bridge. Yeah, right there. So it's kind of remarkable to me the way the masonry matches between the 1941 structure and the 1960s addition. To my eye, it was virtually a perfect match. And the architect in their presentation talked about restoration of this 1941 structure, and I just wanted to note that it's hard to see in this picture, but the lentils supporting the sandstone panels above that brick are heavily deteriorated and will all have to be replaced. And so one suggestion that I would make is that they look at salvaging the brick from the demolition of the 1960s building or investigate as close a match as possible. The existing brick, if it can be salvaged, it's a wonderful reuse for the reconstruction of this wall. The other wall that is suspect is the second story, the north elevation of that second story. I think they're calling it the gallery section of the 1941 building. There's significant stair stepping cracks along that wall. And we did not walk onto the roof and do an up close examination of that wall. But just from the perspective that we did have, it seemed to be heavily deteriorated. And again, that would be another candidate for reuse of salvage materials from that 1963 structure. Yeah, it's the upper wall in the background on the right-hand portion of this picture. So I'm not sure to what extent the architects have done a survey and investigation of that existing structure, but it'll have to be not just clean. There's significant spalling of the sandstone, and the masonry and the lentils will all have to be removed and restored from my perspective. Thank you. Madam Chair, I think you're on mute. I can't hear you.
Thank you. My dogs wanted to interject, so I had myself on mute. I realize I think I jumped to commission feedback a little too early. Ms. Grigonis, do you have feedback on the Co-Urbanize website feedback from the community? Ms. Grigonis, are you on mute?
Oh, sorry, now I'm on. I was muted as well. Thank you again. So I wanted to check to see if those comments from Corbinize from the community were shared with the commission. And if they were or weren't, if you would like me to summarize what was said on behalf of Corbinize. I think you're muted.
I believe they were shared yesterday. I apologize. I was out for the day, so I didn't get to personally review them. If others feel comfortable with the feedback, we can move on, or we can ask for a summary. Ms. Anderson?
Madam Chair, this is Anthony Santor. I would ask for a quick summary.
Okay.
All right,
Mr.
great. Of course. So common discussion points from the community about this proposed development include a desire for improvements to the public space and streetscape, including shade, trees, and benches, a desire for inclusive programming at the public space, a desire for pedestrian improvements around the site, with a focus on ADA accessibility. And it is important to the residents who responded that pedestrian access is maintained at the project site while under construction. Let's see. So another thing that I forgot to mention that would be deferred for review would also be the restoration of the Art Deco building. I wanted to make sure to mention that. But so those were the comments from Corb, and I summarized for you. But they were generally good, positive comments, and it seems like the community is pretty excited about this project. So thank you.
Thank you. And could we, just for everyone's clarity, just go down the list of items that are asked to be deferred from this review? Mr. Pettit, do you want to review that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This list was shared with the commission yesterday, so you all have it, but I will just summarize it. The deferred items include the garage screening, landscaping and hardscaping, site lighting, and signage. And I believe that it also includes the details about the restoration of the historic buildings on the site. I think that has to come back, but I would want the applicant to correct me if I'm wrong about that. But those are the items as I understand them.
I just pulled up the list, and is the window size and patterns also on the deferred list along with facade colors?
That was a previous request, so that is not part of the deferred list.
Yes, it's not on the list I have.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the commission? We'll move back to that. Ms. Bailey, you had your hand up.
Yeah, that was one of my questions, to go over the list of what the local design review comment was. And Mr. Strickland's comment about salvaging material for the demo, I like that. Since it's going to be repaired to the existing building that's going to be kept, the Art Deco, just curious to the design team, possible using some of those materials, if it match, to the Art Deco building that's going to have to be repaired. Can some of those material be transferred over to help assist with the repair? I'm not sure if that's your plan.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey, for those questions. All of those original masonry elements from the 1941 and the 1909 building will be preserved. So I appreciate Mr. Strickland's suggestion, and it's actually something we've explored, of how do we take the bricks from the 1960s edition and somehow reuse them, both from a sustainability standpoint and a design perspective. But we are very much excited about sunlighting some of those openings that have been bricked up of the Art Deco and the ticket booth. And so that is the intent and vision of this, is to bring back that majestic element and those profiles of those two buildings, and sunlighted. And I think, it's important to point out that it's not in any of these plans, but the pedestrian circulation of this site, you've got an ability to go north, south, east, west, and then both, diagonally, on through the buildings, but then the gallery, and you can see it, with the 1941 Art Deco on this slide particularly, that's going to enable pedestrian circulation from the west side of the site through that building. And the underbridge of this, or the access to the underbridge, has always been a dominating component of our consideration. So, we don't have in this plan, nor is it under our jurisdiction to activate the underbridge as a public space, but we will, through this plan, preserve the access to the underbridge so that this community and this region, if we can get the public will behind it, you create one of the most spectacular public spaces in that underbridge. So if anybody saw the Squid Soup Creative Fusion art installation, it was part of the underbridge that attracted 14,000 people in just one weekend, or Ingenuity Festival, which now is a decade ago. Part of that East Plaza is to preserve that access to the underbridge that we're very excited about. But in the meantime, we have also designed the site to have that circulation to foster that potential future public space.
My next question is if we can find a slide that shows the top and the bottom of the new construction. Carl, just keep going on the side. It's another view I would like to see. Yeah. I was just looking at the top portion where the aluminum wall panels and then the glass, which is the storefront, and then the brick below. I was just looking at the visual, just the portion of it, the look, how it looks. How tall is the wall panel, the full height of it? I'm just looking at it as kind of being out of proportion based on how it looks comparison to the bottom. So just how tall is that look? Yeah.
I mean, each wall panel spans the floor height, so it's about 10 feet.
So it's a whole height of 10 feet?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I did see the slide with the color. And is it green, according to the slide that I saw in your presentation?
It's a dark green, correct.
Because one of my concerns being the metal panel, light sun's shining on it, and then all this light reflection. So by it being a dark color, have you considered that? So it won't be any glares and stuff showing off of it. That's the reason why you picked the darker tone.
Correct. Yeah, that was definitely part of our calculus there. I think the renderings that are in this presentation show it accurately. So those renderings are showing that green and how it catches the sun and the shade is reflected. So we like that it reads dark, and then depending on the time of day, you might get a little bit of the color of the green, but otherwise it might read kind of dark. So yeah, we definitely are mindful of things like glare, and we definitely don't want it to feel kind of shiny, right? So that's something that we kind of like that with this color.
Because it's metal, that's why I'm bringing up the glare, and it's so high up, and there's so much of it. You have 10 feet of it. That's why I'm just wondering if you looking at that, just to keep that in mind. And how tall is the storefront? It's all glass in between the two different materials.
Yeah, so 13, 14 feet tall.
So storefront, is that private or the public is going to be using that? What does that mean?
that's the restaurant level. So that's the kind of public zone. So we kind of really want to have that zone feel like it's public, it's open, it's going to have these amazing views of the lake and of downtown. So we really wanted to get as much glass there as possible. So it's pretty much floor to ceiling. It is floor to ceiling glass at that level.
I know the last time you presented, we were like concerned of mass, trying to reduce it so it wouldn't look so massive. But I'm just looking at the proportion of the metal part compared to the bottom part. It looks too thin. I was going to tell you, kind of widen it a little so it won't look so thin. But that's just my comment. That's all I have so far.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bailey. If you could go to the last slide in this presentation, I think it's important to see the profile and per this committee's feedback, we did kind of narrow that, and you can see that it's got, and I think Jonathan had mentioned it in his presentation, but there's a nod to the steeple of the church in the way that you've got the residential building, and then you've got the hotel that offsets, similar to the way that the steeple in the 1950 construction of St. Malachi. So it's something that we're excited about, and I wanted just to reemphasize it to this group.
Thank you. Actually, in this presentation, it looks proportional. So, but thank you.
Yeah. And this is the view you'd actually experience as a human. I mean, those elevation views you don't really, you don't engage the building that way. So this is a good way to sort of see how we've tried to be mindful of things like proportion and whatnot.
And particularly, we stepped the building back per this commission's feedback to give that view shed to Malachi from both 25th and Detroit.
For that clarification, Mr. Santora, you had feedback?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to commend the developer for taking the comments from the last meeting and working through the project. I had a couple comments and questions, and I guess just to follow up with Ms. Bailey's point, in looking at that glass storefront system at the mid-level of the building, did you guys explore any type of SSG system or mullion-less system there to provide kind of like a distinct separation as you're moving from the brick, the brick lower story to the metal upper story?
Pull up the one slide that shows the plan for it, because I think it doesn't go straight up as it might be perceived. So yeah, you can see that that one slide was helpful, where you can see that it's stepped back. So it's not as if we're going from brick to glass to aluminum panel.
No, I understand that. But I'm talking about just from a design aesthetic point as a material transition and a clear story. I was just wondering, had you guys explored, because I like the simplistic form of the building as you're moving these kind of two volumes, and the space in between I think would be benefited without the mullions. And if you were to get the structure actually inside that space so it reads a little bit clearer. I also have a question. When you guys were looking at the patterning of the upper story, can you kind of explain your thought process between around the positioning of the windows and the panels?
Windows and the panels, I'm sorry, for the hotel portion?
Yeah, for the aluminum panel and the window placement up there.
Sure. I'll start with the storefront. I think, yeah, there's a simplicity of the diagram that we are definitely excited by. And to be frank, I think it's a question of finding what is the most kind of cost-effective solution. And the sort of SSG is something that just as a price point that is probably a little bit beyond our reach. But I think that's something that is, I hear that point there. I think the patterning, I think frankly, the intent here with the window panel relationship for the hotel, again, I think it's trying to create something that is bold and that is distinct for this neighborhood and for this very unique, important site. The hotel room is, again, about 11 feet wide. So each room would have sort of a portion of solid wall, a portion of window wall, and it kind of aggregates like that pattern across the facade.
Okay. And then, and if we could just stay on this, is there going to be a railing or some other type of guard system around? Because I'm looking at this elevation and I'm assuming that those are the doors, but if this is a 10-foot storefront, then those can't be the actual size of the doors.
Yeah, no, you are correct. That's good pick up there. At the perimeter of that 11-story would have a glass railing. We've been looking at other scenarios. At one point, we looked at actually raising the brick parapet up higher to have the brick be the railing, but that kind of felt a little bit too heavy and it inhibited some of the view. And so basically, the idea of a clear glass railing, in some ways, it disappears and it kind of blends in from afar with that storefront beyond. To kind of make that whole zone feel like a slit, like kind of glass slit across the facade there.
Okay. And then to talk about, can you just talk a little bit more about some of the brick detailing? I know you said you have some pilasters that you're doing, and you're using a full brick, correct? Not a thin brick?
Correct, yeah, no. Definitely, yeah.
Can you just talk us through some of those details? I know you have the pilasters. Are you doing anything special? Because one of the comments I would have in that is that the image you show of the contemporary piece where you're pulling the brick from, the Roman style, I think looks very nice. And it works very well in that situation because it is grounded. Here, the brick starts above the ground. So how are you necessarily terminating in a way that makes the brick feel more genuine at that location? Are you doing any special like soldier coursing there? Is there going to be any type of base detailing at that location, or is it just meant to read as a simple volume?
That's a great question, and I'm reminded there's a Louis Kahn quote of like you want to do what the brick wants you to do, right? You don't want to make the brick do something that it doesn't want to do or feels kind of awkward for a brick. I think if you go back to slide 7 in the presentation, that's kind of a good rendering that sort of shows. Keep going back. That one, perfect. This starts to kind of get at some of the design intent we're looking at here. I think short answer at first, yes, this is a kind of a brick kind of essentially monolithic volume. We have the pilasters as a way to sort of create that vertical dimension and a little bit of depth there. You can see there in the sort of dome between the windows, playing with some sort of unique coursing. It's again kind of grids and textures. So from a diagram standpoint, we have these brick verticals that kind of create a meter that aligns with the structural grid behind for the building, so that you can read that vertical dimension. And then the zones between the windows are kind of like the infill that we're doing some kind of minor corbelling to get that sort of shadow, that detail you can kind of see there. But at the base of it, you can sort of see here in this image how we have the brick box kind of floating there. It's a pretty clean kind of edge condition of how it stops there. I think we tested it a few different ways, and frankly, this is kind of what we thought just kind of looked best and felt best, and sort of let this thing feel like it was kind of floating above the public realm.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the sort of genesis of kind of where we got here. Really kind of make this volume feel like it is a brick box. But it is kind of again floating above this public realm.
Okay. How are you guys dealing with the closure then at the base of that?
Between that soffit below and the brick there?
Yeah.
I think the soffit will run, the wall will run down and the soffit will kind of terminate behind it. So you won't read the edge of the soffit, you'll read the edge of the brick wall around.
Okay, and then I'm assuming that the round column will be inset a little?
Correct, yes, yeah.
Okay.
And I think
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I think we've been trying to push it back a little bit beyond what you see here. I think right now it's colliding a little bit more than we are currently showing. So this rendering is probably not accurate to that one spot.
Did you guys explore at all possibly removing that column from site completely and trying to get it inside the lower volume so that you do get that true overhang experience? I know there's a lot of added costs with that.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah, I
something you
know.
guys looked at, or?
Gravity is a pain there, but yeah, no, we did look at that. I think we have we cannot remove that one. We've
Okay.
looked at removing some of the other ones. If you know, the column grid actually kind of comes every 30 feet, so we've been able to remove one behind that and have a transfer beam beyond to make that open up as best as we can. But to have a double cantilever overhanging at that corner, it just isn't. It's essentially mean the whole building is going to be a giant kind of bridge, right? It wouldn't.
Okay.
It wouldn't be possible. But
Yeah, and Newton's not a fan of that. We're also bearing a bunch of parking too. So in the spirit of trying to have as much kind of that genuine urbanity, there's a parking level that I don't think was shared on that. So that complicates that structural element. But yeah.
Okay. And then Carl, can you go to the site plan? I do want to talk. I appreciate all of the public space that you guys have, and you've really worked through it very well. My question is the 90-degree parking spaces that you have incorporated at the 2 locations. Although isn't the one by the rear farther down Superior Viaduct, isn't that already existing?
correct. Yeah, that's existing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then
this is a mandate as part of the purchase agreement with the county.
Did they necessarily say how many spots?
Not a quantity, but it's one of the covenants of the purchase agreement.
Okay. And now does it have to be 90 degrees? Because, one of the things in looking at this is I do tend to agree with the design review committee that our public space is precious. And, one of the things, and Carl brought it up, that there is another larger building being proposed farther down the street. And as the viaduct continues to develop, we really want to make sure we maintain and enhance our pedestrian spaces. And when we start taking in spaces for 90-degree parking like that, it does take away from the walkability and the aesthetics of that pedestrian experience. So
I want to make a really clear point of information is we're adding over 13,000 square feet of public space. So there's no taking away.
That's understandable, but you have to think about it from the aesthetic standpoint of pedestrian walking down there.
I'm actually looking at the site right now from my window in my living room. I hear you, but I think it's a little bit of a cheap.
So I'm not asking to get rid of them. I'm asking to have you guys explored alternate options. Across the street, they have parallel parking. Did you guys explore possibly utilizing something like that where you don't take away as much space and you still get the required parking stalls in there? Did you explore on-street parking? I mean, we don't know what the covenant is, what is required, but when we're looking at this, we are charged with making sure we get the best and highest use out of all the spaces, especially in the public realm. So if you can kind of walk us through.
No, the county has mandated that head-in parking. Trust me, we hear you and acknowledge that, but we are doing as much as we can to enhance the public realm as possible.
Do you have that you can share with the commission?
I'm not going to share the exact language because I don't have it in front of me, but we have worked as much as we can with the county to minimize any of that sort of element. And I also think it's important based on your comments on the mandate of this commission is we can't plan for the 27-story building you just alluded to that is pretty pictures on paper. What we're presenting is actually an actionable plan as opposed to a rendering. So this commission and the Department of Interior that is part of the code does not stipulate that you consider a potential future rendering of something.
I'm going to stop you right there because I'm not asking you to consider the logistics of a building farther down the street.
Okay,
what
that's what
I'm
I'm
saying is we are charged with looking at a holistic view of this entire area. And that includes future developments, existing developments, your development. And as we're looking at this, we have to be mindful of what will be coming, what may be coming, and what is coming. So what I'm asking is very simple. Did you explore it? I'm hearing you say that you did. If you can share the
We did.
language so that we can see that there are parameters which set what you're doing, if you can share it at a later date with with Don Pettit and staff, and they can share it with us, that's fine. I'm not asking you to design your project around another building. I'm asking a simple question and to be mindful of what is potential and what we're trying to make this street. Am I clear? I don't want there to be any
Clear.
confusion
You're
with it.
clear. I hear you and acknowledge the intent, which is, I think, the goodwill, and these spaces on the street is the amount of parking that the county had requested.
If I could quickly chime in, if you mind going back to the previous slide for a second, I just want to just illustrate a point. I think I respect the spirit of this conversation. I think looking at this slide, the existing survey, it's a little pixelated and tough to see, but that sidewalk in question along Vermont Avenue is 5.5 feet wide right now, currently. Our proposal, which is on the next slide, has increased that public way from the face of building to face of head and park and curb to 23 feet wide. How we break that 23 feet down, I think has evolved since this. Again, we are not presenting a site plan for approval today, but I think our intent is to have, frankly, a lot more trees and a lot more plantings there to really, we agree with the sort of spirit of what we want to do to make this pedestrian prioritized zone. I think we are designing with the kind of constraints at hand. But again, I think going from a 5.5 foot sidewalk to a 22 foot wide zone for pedestrians there, I think is a pretty good commitment on our side to be able to, again, make the kind of space we can all be proud of here. So,
Okay, and I can appreciate that. And one of the questions, since we're looking at this now, it does seem that you have a drop-off zone directly to the east of that front parking. Can you kind of talk us through why it's so deep? Because it looks to be extremely deep from where you have those cars.
Yeah, that's the kind of Port Cochere hotel drop-off zone. I think we wanted to sort of allow space for hotel people getting in and out of Ubers, people. We can imagine some double parking there. So I think we wanted to just allow the flexibility for that space to sort of function without becoming too much of a logjam. I do think we are looking at, you can kind of see it implied there with the texture there, a special paver to kind of have that be like a flush, kind of a Wooner condition, so it doesn't feel like it's an auto dominated, so that if there are moments when there aren't a lot of cars there, it becomes part of the sort of public sidewalk in a more kind of meaningful way. So it's not. It doesn't feel auto dominated, right? It feels, there'll be bollards so that we have a clear separation of cars versus people, but we don't want to sort of feel like we're giving up kind of public space. So we're trying to strike that balance.
And what's the distance between the corner of the building and the edge of the curb? If you're looking, I don't know, Carl, if you can zoom in, but if you're looking at the hotel lobby on the west side, if you head north just slightly, you'll see the edge of the building, and then you'll see the rounded curb. What's the distance?
Give me a half a second here. I'm in the model. It's about 20 feet from the edge of that curb where that parallel car is to the hotel lobby glass at that edge of that yellow brown zone there. So that's about 20 feet.
But the corner, if you see the corner that extends northward where there's kind of that pinch point.
Yeah. Give me 1 second here. That is 9 feet.
9 feet?
Or 8.5. Yeah.
Okay. I would suggest you guys kind of maybe look at raising it up a little bit so that there's a little bit better of a flow through there. I understand that, the idea is to have people traverse the entirety of it, and I like the paver idea. But if you have cars parking there and the bollards, people's natural tendency is just going to be to walk around and not necessarily walk through there. So it's just something to explore there. Other than that, my other last comment would be in regards to the screen. And I know you guys were talking about utilizing some artwork, but at a future date. I think when you guys put in the screen, you should utilize the artwork as soon as possible, because I think the added color on it will definitely help. I'm not opposed to the colors that you guys have for the building. I think they're nice. They work very well. But they are kind of the typical darker colors that we see. And I think the punch of colors that you could have around that screening would really help to liven up the area, and it will definitely help hide some of that parking that's behind there. And that's all I had. So thank you. I think you guys have done a good job working through a lot of it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Santora. I think, we hear you on that. And if you drive by Church and State or hopefully walk or bike by, you can see that, we commissioned an artist, and, as we had opened the building at day one, you had that as part of it. It's a really important component to, this approach, and we agree with you wholeheartedly.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realize I am probably the lone voice here, but I am concerned about the scale of the project in relation to the historic buildings nearby, including St. Malachy's Church. I'm very heartened by the incorporation of the 1941 Deco sandstone building into the project. That's very exciting. Very pleased to see that. But this is not design review, it's landmarks, and I think that the building kind of just looms over. I mean, there isn't a lot there, but looms over the existing. I don't really see it as relating so much to the Stonebridge Towers, because I think they're outside of the historic district. So that's my concern. It's especially the hotel section. It just
we hear you, and I think it's a very important comment and note. George Stickle, who is the architect for St. Malachy, if you look at his work, he actually, very different than the majority of Catholic churches that were designed. He was deferential, and you can see it even on one of his buildings right by St. Luke's. He designed that Catholic church as you're driving down Shaker Boulevard. And unlike the kind of looming towers where the steeple is larger than the context of the urban fabric, he's always been deferential from a height standpoint. St. Malachy burnt down in a tragic fire in the, it was like Christmas Eve, I think of 1940 something. And so this building was built in the early 50s in George Stickle's style. It actually fits with, like our design took that into account. So George Stickle as an architect is somebody that we've looked at, and how he designed churches like this. So that context is, it's an important note, Ms. Anderson, and one that we considered as we designed this.
Yeah, I still find the building to really overwhelm the site. I'm sorry about that. I know I'm an army of one here, but it just seems out of scale and too large for the district there. So those are my comments.
Thank you. I guess I would make it an army of two. I will start off by saying I truly appreciate your responses to our comments previously. I think you've done a very good job of enhancing the corner and providing better view sheds to St. Malachy, and not making that, providing the respect of that corner, knowing how much action is congregating and coming together at that intersection. I really do appreciate how you respected the historic ticket booth and the restoring, the additional building also. I like your strip shot of the project in itself, where in the residential, I think, portion of the project really does fit the scale of the site and the district, but I'm personally struggling with the hotel portion because of the overall height being higher than every building within this area. I think a taller building is appropriate on this site, but I'm struggling with the height that you're proposing because I feel like it still is too tall for this area. The color to me is not helping it either, because it's making it even a stronger element in the skyline, highlighting its height amongst the other buildings. So once again, I commend you for the steps you've taken to respond to the site considerations that we asked you to, and how you're using and situating over the overall site. But I personally am also struggling still with the height of the building in totality. Ms. Bailey, I believe you're next for comments.
So just a note is, per the committee's feedback, we did remove a story of the building. So we heard you guys, and I don't like to think of this as Army, because we're all in the same camp of improving the city, but appreciate the comments and just wanted to acknowledge the evolution of the design per the note to take a story down.
And I do appreciate that, and I did note that, and I do appreciate that you did hear us and take it down one. I just still think it's a little too massive in height for the overall district, since it will be the tallest building in this entire area. And once again, the dark green color is not helping it in my eyes, because it accentuates that height versus plays down that height.
Acknowledged, and we hear you. Yeah, I'm just looking at Lakeview Tower right now, just to that will be that is a higher building, but we hear you.
Ms. Bailey, you had your hand up and it looks like it has gone down. Do you have additional comments?
Yeah, I have a quick comment. I noticed, what is the material, if you could show the view of the garage screen? I would like to see how that look and what type of material that is.
And we are not asking for approval.
Oh, you're not? Okay, that's for later.
Yeah, we'll be coming back to this group for the screen. Yeah.
The screen.
Yeah.
Is the garage part of this or not?
The garage is, but the screen it's not. We'll go through a RFP process to find a artist that we can commission for a site-specific work.
Other comments, Ms. Bailey, or did that answer your question?
I agree with the green color too, because I brought that up earlier. I'm assuming that the team looked at other colors as well, just to see if you can just take in consideration, if you can just explore other colors as well, to see if they can just sort of kind of blend in with the neighborhood or tone down, but also look at the reflection glare too, because it's of the height. That's what I have as well.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from the commission? I think there was one comment that came through the commission of related to the columns going through the roof of the garage building for clarity. And Carol, can you help me with this comment?
Yeah, I mean, there appear to be two, when they go to do the reconstruction, there looks like two columns, support columns going through the roof at these 2 points that is that correct? Based upon the other placement of these other points for the columns?
Yeah, if you can think of, there's almost like the building above is kind of dancing with the 1941. And so as you come in the lobby, and there's that one render as you're looking towards the south, where we're really embracing that. Keep going. That's looking east. going from the viaduct to the back, that you can see how we've kind of, we're dancing with that 1941 building. So when you come into the lobby, that facade will be inside the lobby, and then we'll bring you into the cafe component, which is part of it. And then also, you continue to go into what we're calling the gallery, but it's a bit more like an arcade for that pedestrian circulation that I referenced earlier.
So that's why you're removing the facade and reconstructing it, is to allow you to get those foundations and columns into this space and not damage the elevation? Is that what's causing you to do that?
It's that, and just the overall the restoration, like to do it justice. That's part of it too.
Yeah.
It's in pretty tough. Yeah, it's in pretty tough shape for anybody who had been on that site visit.
Okay. Mr. Brunges, did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, I would just point out that we have 2 items on the agenda today, and I think we should act on them separately.
Okay, agree. So why don't we start with the demolition? Although that's our 4th case, or I'm sorry, the 3rd case. Is that an issue to act on that one first?
No, that's not a problem. We can act on them in any order.
Okay. Why don't we act on the demolition of the existing test building? Would someone like to put forward a motion?
I move approval of the existing building for demolition with saving as much existing salvage of the materials and reusing it if possible in the project.
There's a motion related to the county bridge testing building demolition. Do we have a second?
This is Alan. I'll second.
Thank you. We have a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik.
He recused himself.
I recuse myself, please.
Pardon me, I forgot that. Ms. Trott,
Yes.
the motion for the demolition passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll now move on to the second application, which is related to the new bridge work project. Would someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I would move to approve the project as presented, excluding those items that were previously listed to be revisited at a later date.
And Mr. Pettit, do you want to restate those items just for the record?
The items were the garage screening, landscaping and hardscaping, site lighting, signage, and the final details on the restoration of the historic buildings.
Thank you. So the motion is related to the approval with those items contingent of returning. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, this is Anthony Santoro, second.
Thank you, Mr. Santora. Any further discussion?
May I add for the applicant to look at the color of the top roof of the green color, as well as those columns. I mean, I understand there's a reason for the columns, but explore that as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll add that to the contingent list. Any further discussion?
And make sure that they pay attention to the glare as well at the top.
Thank you. Any further discussion beyond Ms. Bailey's comments? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
No.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Trott,
No.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 4-2 with 1 recusal.
All right. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you return with the items that have been commented to related to the additional site and signage and final materials and
Thank you
restoration.
to the commissioners and for your service on this public entity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our fourth applicant, the new located at 5506-08 and 5602 Detroit Avenue, new construction for Waverly and Oaks mixed-use development.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Madam Chair. This is Justin Strizzi with Bond Street. We're excited to be back. It's nice to be back, particularly because there have been a number of very positive developments since we were last here on February 25th. Our presentation kind of is going to take on 3 parts. The first is going to be an update for everyone on the developments with Club Azteca, which was a majority of our conversation on the 25th. We'd then like to provide a brief recap of the project vision and goals, and also summarize some of the feedback we've received during this review process at the local level through public engagement and at the city level last time we were here. And then lastly, present our design response to the feedback we've received and what's changed on the project since we were here in February. So to start off with Azteca, again, a lot has happened since our meeting on February 25th. But while we've been in close contact with Club Azteca Inc. since last summer, it became clear that there were a number of people that wanted to be part of the conversation and part of the solution regarding 5602 Detroit, and should have been part of that conversation with their interest in the fate of Club Azteca. That includes the Young Latino Network, the Comité Mexicano de Cleveland, the Mexican American Historical Society, and folks from the Cleveland Foundation. And in large part, thanks to the time and space that was called for by this commission, by Councilwoman Spencer, by the DSCDO and others, in response to that outpouring of interest, it really gave us all an opportunity to get together, to meet, to engage in a series of conversations together, very productive conversations that culminated in a framework and an agreement for how the project and how the community moves forward. We really sincerely see this as a rare case where everybody wins. The project is absolutely stronger following these conversations, which results in a better outcome for the neighborhood and for the city. The way we've worked on this project, it's always been a community and neighborhood focused initiative. And that vision mission is now more complete with our partnership with the Azteca Coalition. Club Azteca and the Azteca Coalition now have a clear path and support towards both honoring and capturing the club's history and legacy, but also towards a future of achieving their mission-driven initiatives. So now we'd like to just briefly recap the project vision. If we could kind of scroll through the slides here until we end up at slide 7. So there's the existing context and the site. 5602 Detroit on the left and 5506 Detroit, the Vietnamese Market Building in the center. The current condition of 5602 Detroit. And then slide 7. This is the project we're proposing today. And there's a certain aspirational element to our proposed project, from the materiality to the construction method to our approach to resident lifestyle, parking, and street level commercial space. We're envisioning and designing for where the neighborhood and the city are going, what we believe Gordon Square and Cleveland can be 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, which we believe to be a walkable, dense, diverse, vibrant community. But balancing that with building within the realities of where our city is today. Much of that vision came from our early and ongoing conversations with local stakeholders and leaders to really understand what a project on this site should deliver for the neighborhood. And as I think we talked about at our last meeting, because it is such a critical site for Gordon Square and for Detroit Avenue's continued evolution. We're proposing a project that, and we could jump to the next slide as well. We're proposing a project that we believe truly accomplishes what we being on street, those local stakeholders, city planning, and the DSCDO set out as goals for this site when we first met last May. There's a real focus on street level activation. We now have over 17,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space. There's a goal of added residential density to this end of Gordon Square. We're proposing 126 units on this site. And it's really pedestrian focused design. There's strategic setbacks, not just on the Detroit commercial side to provide public seating and space to gather, but setbacks from the upper levels to align with the Temple and Bradley building, setbacks on the east side of our site to allow that light and air and respect the space for those east windows of the Temple and Bradley building. Also filling in some of these missing teeth along the corridor and eliminating the curb cuts along Detroit to truly make this pedestrian friendly. Also, we're replacing the entirety of the surface parking with below grade parking. We're introducing a large public courtyard, again, significant setbacks to the Temple and Bradley building. This is a post-tension concrete superstructure, 100% brick skin. There really is no back to this building. We think that Dimmitt has put together a design that's really beautiful from every side. So the south half of our site sits in the designated historic district. And we heard a Landmarks Commission member recently say that when you build in a historic district, you are creating history. And that's really the mindset that we've tried to work within on this project from the beginning, and that Dimmitt has maintained through our design process. We believe this building is of the place. It looks like it belongs here. There's this blending of kind of a modern aesthetic and function with classic proportions and materiality. It's a building that's substantial, that has character. So to talk about some of the feedback we've received to date, at the local level, there was generally broad support for the project's density, street level retail, materiality, the overall design, the below grade parking in the public space. We spent a lot of time at the local level talking about that public space and how it's used and programmed. At the city level, last time here on the 25th of February, we spent a lot of time discussing the demolition of Azteca, and there were also comments about the contextual nature of what we had proposed as the one-story retail along Detroit. And a couple of members commented towards the end regarding the height of the building. So, and we can go to the next slide. I want to talk through some of the design changes that we've gone through with Dimmitt over a number of studies and iterations, and keeping that those transparent lines of communication with the local stakeholders. we've removed what was an external stair along Detroit that was leading to a second-story terrace. There were a lot of questions regarding the feasibility of that, and also from very early on, there was a point to focus the street level, focus all the activity in the public space at the street level. What the removal of that stairs also does is provide essentially a hard corner here where there's a lot of transparency and glass, and makes that passageway from the sidewalk into the courtyard a more attractive and pedestrian-friendly space. Most of our changes between the 25th and now were to address some of the concerns we heard about the scale and height of the building. Again, we had to approach these modifications with the understanding that we can't sacrifice the broader, more community-specific merits and goals of the building. So how do we address questions about height while designing a financially feasible building and project that accomplishes everything that we've talked about as far as the public benefit and the forward-looking goals that we're all setting out to achieve together? And we can jump back to slide 7. The most significant change that in respect to the height of the building is we've lowered the ceiling heights on certain floors to literally shrink the building by nearly 3 feet. And it's notable that we top out at 87'4" on the Detroit grade, and we're within a maximum height district of 90 feet. We also stepped back the penthouse level, the 7th floor, to hide it more from view from both the Detroit street level and the Tillman street level. We've also modified the parapet design. What you're seeing here on the 7th floor is a glass railing, whereas before we had brick, which reduces the visibility of that height. So we've also added, you'll see here, a second level to the Detroit Mass on the east side. That's an extension of the residential floor on the 2nd level, but that volume really it's working multiple jobs. It addresses kind of shifting some of that mass down to a lower level, but it also makes that street level more contextual, in line with, if we can go to the next slide, in line with the Minan building, but also that 2-story retail context that exists for much of this neighborhood. We also removed the wedding cake effect that we had originally. It kind of lessens the impact of the visual feeling of height from this side. And regarding parking, we have 97 below grade spaces. We have now agreements in place with neighbors to accommodate an additional 40 spaces. And again, this is our approach to developing, or our view of what the neighborhood can be and wants to be in the future, with the addition of projects like this, which is less car dependent, more walkable, while building within the reality of Cleveland's demands today. So we're trying to leverage existing underutilized neighborhood parking assets to meet today's demand. But we want to avoid building new parking or raising buildings specifically for parking to meet a demand that we hope is less in the future. We've also been working with the Azteca Coalition to honor the club legacy on the site and in the project, which we could talk about later. Again, those are going to be ongoing conversations. And we can kind of flip through the plans here, which will be the next drawings. We can pause on the Tillman. We can pause there to show the Tillman face, and then the plans will follow. So these are the 97 below grade parking spaces. All of the vehicular traffic is moved to Tillman. So there are no curb cuts for our project along Detroit. Next slide, please. So here you can see we're highlighting these 17,000 square feet of street level commercial space. We've actually increased that. We've added an extension of what we're seeing as a future gym space to the north end of the courtyard. Where last time we were here, we proposed those as residential units. keep going. And the following slides are the floor plans showing 126 units, mostly studio and 1 bedrooms, with a handful of 2-bedroom units. The elevation should follow from here. And we can flip through these and address them as it comes up in conversation. We'll get to a slide that shows the detail surrounding the storefronts. And this is something that we have talked about kind of briefly in some conversations and design reviews, is looking at different window options and storefront options to have this fit in contextually with what is in the area. The top option here is what we're showing, what we're proposing, but just some other studies that we've done with DIMIT. And we can go back to slide 7. At that point, that concludes the presentation from our side.
Okay, thank you. Do we have feedback from the local committee?
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Jessica Trevisano, Economic Development Director for Detroit Shoreway, Cadell, and Edgewater. The local historic district design review voted unanimously to recommend approval of this building as presented. They commended Bond Street for their thoughtful revisions, given the committee's earlier feedback, and they also appreciated the focus on the public courtyard that is afforded by eliminating that second-story public terrace. And they just had a lot of positive comments about the overall design and the quality. The committee did have a really robust discussion about parking and height, but ultimately decided that this project as presented is contextual and appropriate for the neighborhood. They did ask that the project come back to the committee at a later date to discuss details about the public plaza, landscaping, lighting, and also signage.
Thank you. We'll now move on to others that are in attendance to speak on behalf of the project. We'll start with former Councilman Zone.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Commission members. My name's Matt Zone. I served as the council person for this neighborhood for the past 19 years and stepped down from my position at the end of November of last year. I want to speak to just really 2 aspects of this project. One related to my involvement working with Club Azteca and that club for a long time, and then also about just the development itself. You know, Club Azteca is a special place in our community. I was born and raised 2 blocks west of it. Spent many days in the 70s and 80s and 90s going to that club. I've been to first communions at that club. I've been to a wedding at that club. I've been to many social events at that club. I'm a former member of that club. And I've worked with the leadership when I became the councilman to really support and lift up that club in every aspect. In the early 2000s, when the club closed its doors, I worked with the leadership of the club to try to see what we could do to try to reinvigorate the club. You know, I often think about Zulema Carrion, who was the matriarch of that club and a dear friend of mine. I had the high honor of being one of the eulogists at her funeral. So I think about this club a lot, and I've been thinking about this development a lot. How could we respect her and her legacy of all that she has done for our community? Think of people like Danny Cardenas and other giants in this community who worked really hard to create a place and really put a stake down in our community to say the Mexican-American community matters. The oldest Mexican club in Ohio, I think it was founded in 1932. So I bring that mindset into every conversation I have working with the leadership of this club. we worked really hard to try to save this club. An unfortunate set of circumstances I'm not going to revisit brought us to where we're at today. When I became aware that there was a development opportunity, the very first thing I said to Jason and his other partners is, we have to do right by Club Azteca and pay homage to their long standing in our community. And that was always their intent from day one. And regrettably, I didn't know about the February 25th hearing. And I wish I could have been involved and shared my perspective. I did early reach out to the advocates who were very concerned about the rich history of this club, and really was not actually engaged in that process. But I want to commend them because, you know, divergent dialogue, divergent opinions, that's healthy, and it makes for a richer community. And so the legacy of the individuals who worked with the development team of Bond Street to really make sure that was represented is commendable. I want to give special recognition to Ruth Pino and other people like Ruth who for decades worked to keep that club's memory alive. And so I just want the commission members to know that this development wasn't done in haste. It didn't just appear here overnight. And for people who have long standing in this community, who've worked and supported and have been members of this club, we're really happy that the spirit of the club will live on through this development in other ways. Just want to speak briefly, Madam Chairman, about the Gordon Square Arts District master planning process that occurred in 2015, which I led. We did a pretty extensive master planning process in this section of Detroit Avenue, which is a section that's in transition, called for some infill development to eliminate some underutilized spaces, not targeting any one particular use, but just a general aspirational goal when the opportunity presented itself that we wanted to do respectful infill development. The height district, as you know, is 90 feet. I think the developers did a really nice job staying below that threshold. And as we move to a less auto-centric community, I think that the parking is respectfully done. It meets the need of every unit there. And I would suspect that a fair portion of people who live in there won't even own cars. So I want to commend the Bond Street team, as well as Detroit Community Development Organization, who staffs the local design review committee, as well as all of the community members who came together to make sure that the legacy and rich spirit of Club Azteca last on. And that will conclude my remarks. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for allowing me that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Zone. We'll now move on to Councilman Spencer.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I'd like to thank former Councilman Zone for spending time with us this morning. After 19 years of leadership and knowing the community so well, I'm really proud to take the helm from Councilman Zone, but I think his depth of knowledge and long history working and collaborating with Club Azteca is meaningful to this dialogue today, as well as his prior involvement with the project before I joined City Council. So thank you, former Councilman Zone. I think that I really honor, I think we'll be hearing more. I understand that local landmarks approved this, as we heard from Jessica, unanimously last night. I look forward to hearing further discussion today, but I can't say enough about Bond Street and their ongoing desire to be collaborative and responsive to feedback, whether design or community oriented. And I think that will emerge as we discuss the next agenda item as well, related to Club Azteca. What I do want to say to members of the Landmarks Commission as the current member of Cleveland City Council is that one lesson learned for me, or one takeaway for me, is that for projects in the historic district, just making sure that landmarks, there's a touch point with landmarks a little earlier in the process. I think that that's something that can be done in the future, just to make sure that they're a little more integrated, and that that was just based on discussions with Don Pettit and others, that might have just made this timeline flow a little bit more seamlessly. So I'm committed to doing that in the future, and I'm excited to welcome more development to our area to create a dense, walkable urban community. And I'm excited for Landmarks Commission role and making it the best that it can be. So I do support this project as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Spencer. Do we have anyone else from city planning that needs to speak on this?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Anthony Santor. We also have Adam Davenport, the city planner for the area. So as this building is currently proposed, it does fit within our current zoning. Additionally, it does align with our current planning efforts for the location, and Adam can talk in a little bit more detail about that. The way in which the density is situated does align with what we have foreseen as this area continues to grow. And additionally, the items like materiality, the internal parking, the way the streetscape is handled in the pedestrian experience all align with the vision we have for this area and this corridor. So Adam, I don't know if there were other things you wanted to add and point out.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I'll go into a little bit more depth since we've been involved in many meetings about this project. But I do want to commend and elaborate on Mr. Santor's comments a little bit about the design and what we are kind of getting with this project. I see this as kind of setting the bar and standard for new Gordon Square development. It not only does it bury the parking underneath and create a very livable and walkable first story, but there are additionally no new curb cuts on Detroit. We're accounting for parking elsewhere that the developer has arranged with other partners in the neighborhood, and through the materials that they went through, the brick and the steel, it's quite the new design that I think sets quite the standard for Gordon Square. I think we also appreciate that it does meet zoning, but there is design concessions that Justin went through about those strategic setbacks and honoring kind of the lower historical buildings on Detroit. More broadly, I see this as quite the support for some of the investment that we've seen over the years in the immediate area around here. So, from a city planning standpoint, let's support the investment that Astoria and Happy Dog and Flight and other business owners, Gordon Green, Minot in the current area have made. And I see this as Gordon Square's kind of first big deal with mixed use development. But I also see this great on this site. There's been some comments about if this could be sited elsewhere in the neighborhood or elsewhere even in the historic district, which is extremely long. It's from 45th all the way to 85th. There's quite the mix of older historic buildings near Gordon Square proper at 65th, but there are certainly a plethora of other buildings along this corridor that may not historically contribute to the district, i.e. the used car lots, some of the convenience stores. It is quite the mix of buildings. And I see this as a great site for this project. And then the redevelopment of some of those other sites further down, Detroit in either direction would come after, just like we're seeing on Lorraine Avenue or other corridors in the city. Lastly, I've been a little surprised, but in a good way with some of the outreach that Bond Street has done and the reaction from the neighbors. I think they recognize the good design of the project. Bond Street held a very local meeting with residents from the Tillman and 58th Street area where there was good reaction to that design. And they've also done pretty immense job on Co-Urbanize with answering people's comments and concerns on that dialogue, on that online dialogue. So I see this as kind of a catalyst for projects like Westinghouse or other kind of big projects like This Is First, but also this is good density along Detroit Avenue. Thank you. I think you're muted, Chairwoman.
Yes, I was. Could you, Mr. Davenport, could you give us a summary of that feedback from Co-Urbanize?
I think
might be better for Justin to do that.
Yeah, Justin might want to do that. I would also mention that for the first time in a while, we receive a lot of, I guess, I'll call it negative email or hate email from projects. But for the first time in a while, Don and myself through the city planning general email address received quite a number of emails advocating for this project and advocating for new mixed-use development on Detroit, which is quite surprising. I think that they were entered into the record in the February 25th meeting, but happy to talk about those if that's the desire.
And I think Jessica Trevisano might be best to respond as far as Co-Urbanize.
Sure. Just to clarify, the developers are the ones who are managing the Co-Urbanize site. So unlike Ohio City, it's not our website. It is fully the developers. But I have read all of the comments, not only on Co-Urbanize, but also on Facebook and Twitter and all of the places that people share their strong feedback about development sites, as well as attended, that public meeting that we talked about. And I will, echo what Adam Davenport said is it has been notable the lack of opposition that we've heard from this project. I think we really take our cues from the neighborhood to get a sense of, does this seem in context? Are people really upset about it? The design review meetings have been posted online. The public has been invited to attend those. They have not, for the most part. We had one resident come to listen at our first design review meeting, but that was about it. So I'd say the response has been, positive for the most part.
Thank you for that. Mr. Pettit, you have feedback?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would just to follow up with what Jessica said, we've received 10 emails in response to the project. All of them are in support. Many of them came immediately after our last meeting reviewing this project. All those will be added to the record. I would just add that we also have a letter of support from the Club Azteca Coalition, signed by Ruth Rubio Pino, Eduardo Rodriguez, Roberta Duarte, Bella Sin, and Jessica Wobig, supporting the demolition of the Club Azteca building. And the last thing I want to mention is that we've also received an agreement from the applicant between them and the coalition, and that was shared with the commission yesterday. I hope you all had a chance to read it. I think it goes a long way in addressing our typical concerns with demolition in terms of documentation and salvage and respecting the history of that building. And I think we should have some more discussion about that agreement before we act on the demolition today. And that's all I have.
I believe you're still muted.
My dogs, I tell you, they get me in trouble. Similar to the last presentation, I would like to jump to the demolition portion of it so we can have the full understanding of what we're being asked before we move on the conceptual, or I should say the proposed project plan. Could we jump to that? And do we have a report on any additional report on that, Carl or Don?
We don't, and Carl, jump in. We don't have a presentation today. We did show at the last meeting, we showed the conditions of the building, the results of the walkthrough. Carl summarized the history of the building. I don't know if you want to just summarize that briefly again today.
Well, you're absolutely right. I don't know if we're the only person that was not present before, I believe, was Mr. Santora. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Madam Chair, that is correct, but I have done my due diligence and reviewed it beforehand.
Okay, perfect. You mentioned, Don, that we should talk about the agreement a little bit more between the club and the developer. Is there additional, would you like to give us more feedback on that?
Well, I mean, in terms of an acceptable mitigation plan for the demolition, I think this goes a long way in addressing our normal concerns, but it's not just, as I told the developer yesterday, I don't think it's just paying lip service to the history or the heritage. I think there are a lot of things in this agreement that really go above and beyond and really, address the immediate concerns, but also look to a more long-term solution with how we honor the building and how we respect the heritage that was here. So I think, I'm very impressed with it. I think it should be, addressed as part of our whatever action we take on the demolition. I just think it's a pretty good plan in terms of addressing the respect for the heritage that's here.
Agree.
And,
Go
I
ahead.
don't know, Justin, if you want to speak to it in more specifics.
No, I think that we appreciate your comments about it, and we agree.
Just wanted to make sure I understood all. No, excellent. No, I do appreciate the time and effort that has been put in this, because obviously this has a community impact that we want to make sure that is respected moving forward, like it has been in the past. Is there questions? We'll move to questions or comments from the commission. We'll open the floor. The questions or comments either about the demolition or the new proposal. Ms. Bailey.
Are we still on the public, or this is for the commission now?
Well, very good point. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't want to overlook anyone from the public who is also in attendance. Is there people from the public or neighborhood that would like to speak on behalf of the project beyond what has been said about the agreement? Ms. Sin?
Hello, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mexican American Historical Society, one of the supporters of the project currently, and also on behalf of my partner, Jessica Wobbing. I want to make sure that I think that discussions with Bond Street made sure that there was equity and a unison of social justice and historical preservation in this site. And I think Bond Street having the opportunity to hear us as historians and to really offer the space to all the Mexican and Mexican American coalition members was a work that often is not seen in what we're doing in historical preservation. Me and Jessica found support and a lot of suggestions and a lot of wonderful help from the Hispanics and Conservation Society. We met with Ray and Antonia. Through that, we were able to provide Bond Street with resources that I believe some of you have received on historical preservation of the site, especially in Facadism, which I think this would be a perfect marriage of preservation in the local district and the new life that it would be given in the area. I think it's important to discuss publicly the agreement on the historical preservation side, because that's a lot of what I think people are wondering about what's happening to the Azteca. And I'm sure that Justin can give us the presentation and feedback, but as it stands, they're treating the Azteca Coalition and the members of the public as of this coalition as partners that will be, if they have any questions, concerns, or help, that would involve us in not only now the development, the everything from now to the point of completion and beyond. They really assured us that the security of not only our past and present will be available and tangent, and also they're securing our future for organizations here in Cleveland and the historical preservation, along with a bunch of other things, one of them being community engagement with the Mexican community here. I think that it's important that we discuss the preservation efforts publicly, as I think that is a point of transparency with the public that they would like to know, which is number one question flying around right now, of what is the developers doing with the Azteca and its facade and its history, which we all attain. But Jessica did mention that there is a lot more work to be done to identify and honor Latinx heritage, but this is an amazing first step to go forward. I think that now that we unearthed that we have been here since 1917, there is much more work to be done in Cleveland and beyond in Northeast Ohio. And this hopefully will be one of the many firsts in future projects that Bond Street would be part of in the community. So, but I do want to press that we talk about the historical preservation efforts that they will be doing as equity and transparency to the public and the board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Struzzi. I want to respect the confidentiality of your agreement. Is there portions that you would be able to update the commission and in the overall meeting with?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Bella, for speaking. Thanks to former Councilman Zone and Councilperson Spencer and Adam, everyone who's spoken on behalf of the project. As far as the agreement, I think what we have come to agree with the Azteca Coalition is that this is going to be an ongoing process. That, as Bella put it, this is the first step, and we are also truly seeing the Azteca Coalition as a partner in this, specifically as it relates to capturing the history of the space, making sure that we're documenting through photographs and otherwise the physical building prior to any demolition, that we're salvaging any artifacts that are meaningful. And yeah, I think it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyways. It's important to have knowledgeable experts in that space as part of the process. The Azteca Coalition as a whole has been a phenomenal resource for us in that regard. I mentioned it earlier, but the project is truly stronger for the conversations that we had and for the coalition being partners in this. There's really just an understanding and an agreement that the coalition is going to be a part of the documentation process of not just capturing the history, of capturing the building, but also on an ongoing basis, what does the project look like to honor the legacy of Club Azteca in physical form. And we brainstormed different ideas, but really that's going to be an ongoing conversation. And you know, to kind of expand on that a little bit, Bella and their team have again been a great resource as far as what the historical documentation process looks like, how it's done appropriately, not just generally, but as it specifically relates to this project and the significance of the items and the story that we'll be capturing here.
Thank you for that feedback and the plan for moving forward. Ms. Spencer, I see your hand is up, or is that still up from previously?
No, I did. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I did raise my hand again. I just wanted to, at this moment, really acknowledge, since Ms. Sin has spoken on behalf of the historical preservation of the club and the coalition as well, I just really want to reemphasize the strong leadership, really the extraordinary leadership across the board that's been demonstrated since Landmarks Commission heard this project previously, including Bond Street, including the coalition of Club Azteca members, Mexican American community members, and Latinx community leaders. I have never seen anything like it. And so I think it's really difficult to convey the depth of effort and leadership and conversation that took place in just a relatively short period of time. And I really want to take this opportunity to commend the deep leadership demonstrated by so many that I think made it possible for there to be an agreement that was reached and is being discussed today. So I really want to commend all of those involved.
Thank you for that addition. Mr. Rubio Pino? I'm sorry, Miss.
Hi, good afternoon. Pretty close to good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Ruth Rubio Pino, and yes, I definitely have my comments here are more in reference to the strong support that we've received on behalf of the Latin American community here, and the organizations now that have supported us, and now known as the Azteca Coalition group. From the beginning, over approximately a year ago, the Bond Street group have been a constant presence with us in reference to negotiations, ideas, in the hopes and the wishes of the Azteca Club's preservation of its history and the legacy. There was a time where we thought that we were looking at the past and the present of the Azteca Club preservation-wise. Now we're not only just looking at the past and the present, but now we're looking forward to a continued existence of the Azteca Club to continue its service and representation of the Mexican arts and culture as well as the community. And I've heard all your comments, and thank you, Matt Zone, for offering those wonderful words of for me was a little path again through memory lane, remembering all those things about the Azteca Club. And it's good to hear and see that there are still people out there that remember what it was in its actuality. Having said that, the fact that the building is no longer going to be there, it's just, it's a structure. I understand, had it, been in better condition, that perhaps that could have been something else that we could have done with it. But we reached out as much as we could for support, and not knowing how much support we were going to get at this short of a time. I think we've gone, how can I say, I think the Azteca Club has realized through the support of the coalition, the Azteca Coalition, and the support of the community as well, that we've, how can I say, we've reached further than beyond what we were expecting. And this is thanks as deserved and directed to Bond Street, because they have always supported it. We at the beginning probably had no idea how big this was going to become. In the time that we were allotted for an extension for the demolition, a lot of things have transpired, and the coalition was just awesome. I mean, we just got abundance of information. I learned about my own history. You know, I mean, I say I've been with the club for many, many, many years, but you know, there's so much more to learn about it, and it just gives me so much great pride. And I am totally with the support of the planned current project by Bond Street. And yes, this is not ending yet. We're still in the beginning stages, and we've got so much more to go. But we have a true commitment by Bond Street. We had it verbally before. Now we have it on in paper, and then some. So thank you again, everybody. Councilwoman Jenny Spencer, thank you again for giving me the time to speak with you and hearing our story. And I think that all of that led to where we are right now. And I think we've got some pretty good projects coming up ahead.
Excellent. Thank you for that feedback. We'll now move on to commission questions and comments, or open the floor for the commission for questions and comments. We'll start with Mr. Brunges.
Staff comment. I just want to add one thing that this project has also added to us as a city. It has taught us definitely that the history of a place is not always obvious. How many times have we driven by this building and not known anything about it? And I think Club Azteca's legacy has become greater because of it. And they have actually opened up a new door of what we need to do as a city and as a commission to honor cultural heritage that just you don't see. And this is something we need to work with our community members with. It's something that I think architectural is easy. You can just point at a building and says, yeah, that's significant. But just telling the stories of culture and our historical moments throughout the city should be our next phase. In December, the Landmarks Ordinance turns 50. So Landmarks Commission will have been around for 50 years. And I think our next 50 years should be focusing a lot more on the underserved communities and the cultural heritage of all communities, especially the underserved ones, and making that, we have to know not only what has to change in this city, but what must not change here as well. And the only way we can do that is from getting the community and learning the cultural heritage of everyone here. Thank you.
Great addition. Thank you, Mr. Brunges. We'll move on to Mr. Commission members' questions and comments. Mr. Santora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually think Ms. Bailey had her hand raised before me.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Yes, I would like to just thank everyone involved for making this culture, as Mr. Brunges said, about involving the conversation of the historical history of the club. So I thought that was very important, and we all agreed from the last meeting we met. So I commend the developer for working, as former Councilman Zone mentioned, that it was already in the process. So I commend everyone for involving, just commending everyone, just continuing with this conversation. But I do have a question with the developer. just for clarification, did you mention that you made changes from the last presentation you made that you presented?
Yes.
And could you just briefly just tell us what that was? Because I know one of the comment was like if the height and various things. Just briefly, just mention, and you could just stay on this slide and just go.
Sure.
One of them was the height and all.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for the question. Madam Chair, do you want me to do that? Is there something that has to be done as far as the demolition, or should we start talking about the project? Happy to do either.
We can talk about the projects. We'll vote on these separately, but they're intertwined. So that's where I'd like to hear the full project scope. So please go ahead.
Absolutely. So the main thing you'll notice in this image is the southwest corner of the site. In our previous plan, there was a large stair that led to a public second-story terrace. We've removed that stair largely based on a lot of feedback and questions about feasibility and desire for that kind of element from the local review. What that allows for now is more of a vibrant retail corner, particularly taking advantage of that step back that Temple and Bradley has from the Detroit sidewalk. The building itself, and also on this side, you'll see that the east retail space has taken on the form of a two-story volume. We've extended that residential floor out to the retail front, just to fit in more contextually with the two-story retail in the area. We've lowered the building by nearly 3 feet from our initial proposal. We've stepped back the penthouse level to hide it more from sight from the pedestrian view on Detroit and Tillman. We've removed the wedding cake effect to also help mitigate those questions about height and scale. And we've adjusted the parapet to be a glass railing and parapet versus a brick parapet that added an additional level of height. That's everything you can see in this view.
I mean, that's a good brief, based on my memory from the last presentation you did. I didn't have any problem with the last one. It was just mainly the height, and just by you making those adjustments, it made it look less massive. So, and it blends in within, the surrounding building. One of the things I mentioned last time, and you said no, it wasn't, that you was creating a green with, but you said you was not, correct? It was just
no, we just have to continue to. You mean the roof of the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not that we're looking at options of doing that. We're doing based on the mechanical system that we're using here. We actually don't have all of those heating and cooling units on the roof, so it does allow us to explore things like that, and we are.
Now, one of the comments I made from the previous meeting about, and you did mention in your initial step part of the agreement with the club now about salvage, if you can salvage, but if you can't, especially in the interior, sort of like replica, the historical element look on the inside. For example, like the arch, I'm just not telling you what to do. I want you to work with the community on what, everyone agreed on. But I'm thinking of the interior. So I'm hoping, like, if anything preserved, or if you can say and bring in into the on the inside. If not, just, I'm hoping that you can kind of work with just bringing that historical element from the club inside. I'm not saying 100%, but just somehow bring that heritage inside. So Have you thought about on that line as well, like saving some of the material if you can, or just bring in like that large art? I mean, if you can go to that slide card, I could just notice the inside. You could just see the strong arch. It's not on the inside. I think I saw a few arch look on the inside of the. You could see it along there. That's just something real strong to just show the
Yes,
interior. And that's just an example. I'm not saying to go that way, but just work with everyone else as you go along with part of your agreement. So that's just suggestions. But go back to Carl, I really liked that, what you had, the different brick and design and the material element, and it really shows the difference. It really helps with lessening the massive look of the building. And thank you for making those adjustments based on the committee and everyone else involved suggesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comment. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty involved process trying to figure out, taking inventory of the current building, architectural motifs and physical structure and elements. So absolutely, point taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Mr. Santora, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to commend the developer as well. I think I think they've done a good job taking the comments and the feedback and working through them, and then coming back here with something I think works pretty well. My first comment and question would be around the brick, and I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but when it comes to the detailing on the brick, I often feel like there's always missed opportunities when we're dealing with brick to punch up the facade aesthetics with some nice detailing, and it's really kind of hard to tell. But I know you're going for more of a modern approach on the building, but did you look at or take into account any specific detailing opportunities that could be done to help kind of pick up some additional engagement and interest on the facade?
Yeah, absolutely. And at some point, feel free to jump in, any of the DIMIT team, and fill in some of the blanks as far as these details. But on slide 24, might be helpful to just take a peek at just a little bit of the brick detail. And in this rendering that you can see here, there's two soldier courses at the top of the building and kind of directly below at the top of that top row of windows. And I think that what DIMIT has done is try to incorporate some of those classical architectural details in this modern aesthetic. So I think it's slide 24. Scott, Sarah, Gary, do you want to add anything about that brick detailing?
Yeah, absolutely. This is Scott chiming in. Yeah, when we're also using a Norman brick, so it's a little bit longer and has more of that graceful sort of Roman proportion. And we're as Justin pointed out,
A couple more, Carl. There's
Sorry.
a close-up of the brick. There you go.
Yeah, and so you can see on top of the kind of main expression for the facade, there's a soldier course really between each of the stacked stories at the end of the slab, and that's accented by a shadow box metal return for the windows, so you really get that kind of depth and heaviness of the brick. But that to Justin's point, we're also using that soldier course at the bottom and at the top parapet and just across the top story top windows, so you have a little bit more detail. And I think even in that view, you can see the longer proportion of the brick, which we think is a little bit richer, is actually less expensive to install, which is a plus.
Now, are you guys utilizing the same style of brick? Obviously different colors, but the same style throughout the project?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, cool. I think that looks very nice. Also, I don't know if this is deferred or not, but have you guys looked at building lighting?
That was deferred at local. It's just in development.
Okay. Never mind then. That's all I had. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santora. Other questions or comments from the commission?
Do you have any landscape plan?
The hardscaping and landscaping was something that we talked a little bit about at local. It's again kind of the same category as the architectural lighting. It's just in development. So that was deferred at local.
All right, so you'll return for that in the near future. Ms. Anderson, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really happy that the developer included the stakeholders of Club Azteca in the process. I'm glad that they were able to come to an equitable resolution here. That was a wonderful thing. That, you know, there's that history that's going to be honored in this building. You know, overall, Dimmitt's designs are, you know, fairly sensitive to the historic districts. I like their uses of brick. I like their fenestration. I have a comment, and I need to see the slide of the Detroit front elevation, looking slightly from the west to the east. Not quite there yet. This would be, yes, that's it. The two-story element on the right-hand side, on the eastern front side of the building, to me, it's not incorporating well with the rest of the building. It looks like it's almost floating. The contrasting brick color makes it jut out from the rest of the building. It just stands out a little too much. I think it needs to incorporate itself a little better. And the left side, the one-story storefront area, I feel like it could use just a little more interest, a little more, you know, like articulation and, you know, decorative brick. It just has kind of a box retail look to it that, you know, it's not as interesting as the rest of the building, which steps back from the street. I have two concerns, and I am still concerned about the size and the scale of the building. I'm still not comfortable with that. You know, I appreciate you've tried to scale it down, but I don't think it's quite there yet. And I have another concern. This is regarding the process. I lived in Detroit Shoreway for 17 years, and I still have friends who live in Detroit Shoreway. You know, occasionally run into them, talk to them. And, you know, I can't say that the support for this building was unanimous, the way it's being characterized. I didn't get into detail with the people. I just kind of stayed out of it. But I feel like, you know, somehow the outreach could have been broader. It could have, I think this project was a little bit rushed. And, you know, that troubles me quite a bit. So those are my two comments. You know, again, I'm really happy that you involved the stakeholders of Club Azteca. Dimmitt's designs are usually superior to a lot of the other things I see, but Still concerned about the scale in the historic district, and the lighter color brick second story box does not work for me. It just isn't incorporated well into the rest of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission?
I have another comment for the developer. This in regards to the roof. Your patio, what the material is made out of, since it's going to be used, you know, for traffic.
In the courtyard?
Yeah, for the lower one, anywhere where you have the plant. Yeah, I'm assuming that's where you're going to have exterior patio with furniture and stuff. So what type of roof material, since you're going to have traffic on there?
Sure. Scott, do you want to touch on that?
Sure. Those will be masonry pavers, and there's an opportunity to create some pattern that we hope is going to tie into the history of Club Azteca in some fashion. As Justin mentioned, it's still sort of being evolved, but we've had some interesting initial ideas of that history. And so that whole sort of light tan area where you see the tables, that all will be a paver of some sort over a water membrane.
I mentioned the roof patio on the outside.
Oh, so okay. So if we go to the next plan, the second level plan.
Yeah.
You're on this exterior terrace?
Yeah, exterior.
Sure.
Those will also be walkable, basically preformed rubber pavers. And a large section of each of these deck areas will be green tray roofing to basically, we don't need that entire huge area now that's not a public terrace, but it will be a green roof with a walkout area for those two apartments you see there at the bottom.
All right. That's all just wanted to know what type of material. Because initially you said you're just going to put plant, but now you're looking at possible turning maybe one of them into a green roof. I'm just curious of what just type of flooring with material that's walkable you're going to have. Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess I'll make my comments here since we seem to be dwindling down on commission comments. Be part of the overall conversation and direction of the site, because too often it is not always recognized. And obviously development wants to go fast, but we don't want to go so fast that, you know, we forget about something as important as Club Azteca. So I commend you for working with the Azteca Coalition and really providing, finding a common ground to allow everyone to feel like they're getting they have a stake in this project. I think in our previous presentation, I appreciate you listening to our previous conversation, or comments, I should say, and really addressing the street more than it previously was, and bringing the two-story element to relate to the adjacent buildings. I would agree with Ms. Anderson's comments in it does feel a little detached or out of proportion compared to everything else, because the color and the proportions are making it feel a little attached right now. You know, it's a very good point, a darker color, or I don't know if the same red would be appropriate, but would make it feel a little bit more integrated with the overall design, since, you know, it's a, you know, a more rectangular in height versus width.
All right, Billy, over there.
You still have some issues with the height that I'm, you know, just internally grappling with. You know, I do feel that the density is appropriate on this site, It's just the height is one that I'm still having to reconcile for myself because this district is a lower district area. You are in the center of a block. But I think some of the other directions that you went to bring down the building has improved the development. You're making it a little bit more relatable to the streets than it previously was at the last presentation. And I think, oh, my only comment would be as you develop the plazas and terraces, especially the plaza that is related to Detroit, if there's any opportunity to use that pedestrian corridor to be an area that potentially could incorporate some of those relics from the Club Azteca, either in murals or artifacts or things that the community could come to the exact site of Club Azteca, since that plaza or that connection north-south is really where the club currently sits. Could be a great opportunity to commemorate, what was there and still allow it in the public space. So as you keep developing the plaza, I would just encourage you to consider that and incorporating maybe public arts there to commemorate the club. I think those are all my comments. Other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Santora?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have kind of one comment for clarification. Can we have for the record what items will be deferred and coming back to the commission?
Don, do you want to go through that list? Did we lose Don? Oh.
This is Justin. I don't know if Don is on. I don't have the technical record, but I know we spoke about it. Local deferring was exterior lighting, landscaping, and paving were the two main pieces that were deferred. Jessica, did I miss anything?
Also the plaza design.
And the plaza design, right?
I'm also assuming some form of signage as well.
Yes, sorry, signage as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then my second question would be, because I agree with my fellow commission members regarding that front piece, that kind of gray brick. Maybe there's an opportunity, and this is just me kind of spitballing ways in which can kind of make it feel a little bit more organic to the building, to break from the all brick and to go maybe a little bit more modern on that. I don't know if that would necessarily help. If you're picking up more of the metal and the gray, or the dark bronze, I think that is our charcoal. But to do something maybe a little bit different there, it may help make it feel a little bit more integrated. But it's, as you're just working through it, maybe that's just an option. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways to make it feel a little bit better. But that was
yeah,
it.
that's an interesting thought. Thanks for that.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson? Ms. Anderson, you have your hand up?
I'm sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Madam Chair. My preference would be to retain the brick on that two-story section on the east side of the facade. Although, maybe like make it a different color, maybe bring more weight to the first floor. I think the metal would make it more, would give it more contrast, which I'd like to see the contrast that's there diminished. And would I be able to take a look at the view from the front from the west again? Yeah, it just seems like it's floating, but I don't think having it with a metal cladding would eliminate that. You know, maybe a darker brick, maybe to the same as the western section, the 1-story. You know, maybe that would help. But yeah, I think it definitely sits apart from the rest of the building at this point.
Do you think maybe it would be, I'm sorry, Samantha, do you think maybe it would be beneficial to, instead of having that glass corner, to bring the brick down to help give it some weight at that corner as well?
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I think what we're hearing is these are really helpful comments. I think what we'll just continue to study that particular volume and how that's being handled.
Any additional comments, Ms. Anderson?
At the top of the building, is there a metal or a brick I'm going to call it an outline. That's probably not a good word for it. On the western side of the taller tower at the top, is it the same brick that goes all the way up? It's hard for me to say in this this rendering.
Sure, I think what you're seeing is a stone cap on that parapet that the glass railing will sit on top of.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd try to make the stone cap a similar color to the brick. I think it would incorporate better that way. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the commission? Or would someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, I would just remind the commission that we have 2 actions to take today regarding the demolition and the mitigation, and secondarily the proposal for the new development.
You always keep me honest, Don. Thank you. So why don't we start with item number 5, which is related to the demolition and mitigation of 5506 through 08 and 5602 Detroit Avenue. Would someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I'll put forth a motion to approve the demolition of Club Azteca. And isn't the other building being demolished as well? The Vietnam restaurant?
Correct. There are 2 structures.
Grocery store.
Right, the Vietnamese market at 5506 and the Club Azteca building at 5602.
Right. So it would be the demolition of both those structures. And with regard to considerations of the mitigation, a reference to adherence to the agreement with the Azteca Coalition, is that adequate direction for the applicant?
Absolutely.
Okay, that would be the basis of my motion then, is approving the demolition of the existing structures on the 2 sites, and for the developer to adhere to the mitigation requirements under the agreement with the Azteca Coalition.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We have a second. Any further discussion related to the demolition?
Madam Chair, I would just ask that in addition to Mr. Strickland's condition to adhere to the agreement, that the applicants submit the final mitigation plan to staff so that we know exactly which elements are being salvaged, the extent of the documentation, just so we have a final plan moving forward.
That sounds great.
I'll amend my motion to include that condition.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Anderson, do you still second?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson.
Reluctant yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Reluctant yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey.
Yes.
Mr. Dryer.
Yes.
Mr. Santora.
Yes.
Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik. Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion for demolition passes unanimously.
Did we lose Mr. Tarasik?
I believe he may have left the meeting.
Got it. Okay.
Madam Chair, didn't Mr. Tarasik also say he was recusing himself from this and the previous?
My understanding, it was just related to the two applications related to the bridge work project.
Thank you.
Thank you for making sure we're all aligned. We'll move back to the fourth application related to the new construction of the Waverly and Oaks mixed-use development. Would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland, and I'll also propose a motion with regard to the approval of the project as presented, including revisiting, excuse me, those items that are excluded from the presentation, signage, landscaping. Maybe Dawn can go through those, the full list of items excluded to be revisited.
The two-story storefront on the east front elevation, that also needs to be reworked.
Is that a
Loading.
stipulation or a consideration to redesign that element to be presented to staff?
Yes.
The excluded elements would include landscaping, lighting, signage, paving. I believe that was everything called out by the design review committee.
The plaza as well.
And the plaza. Thank you.
All right, so those would be elements of my motion, and the that eastern two-story structure and the storefront will be revisited by the developer and a final solution presented to the staff for record.
So returning for everything stated under the conditions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Alan. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Drog, for a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, the applicant mentioned possible creating a green roof. So should this also be excluded or be part of this motion?
I would consider that as part of the landscaping elements to be presented at a future date.
Okay, all right.
Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson.
Yes.
Miss Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Reluctantly, yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, we'd like to, just say thank you to the developer and team for working hard to really allow the community to be part of this overall conversation and development.
Thank you everyone for the time and the feedback. We'll continue working on it.
We look forward to seeing this continue to develop. That concludes our certificates of appropriateness for today. We'll move on to concept plans. We have one case to review. It is located at 1768 West 38th Street, new construction. And just to remind everyone, this is concept plan. We will not be taking any votes on this today. We'll just be giving feedback. If the applicant would like to unmute your phone, announce yourself, and tell us about your project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Greg Ernst. I'm with Minor Smart Homes. Also on the call should be Sean and Jolynn Yasaki, the clients for the residents on West 38th. What we are proposing is a 2,500 square foot, 3-story residential, single-family residential house located just on West 38th Street. Looking at the site plan, which is on the right-hand side of the sheet that is on your screen right now, we're proposing a driveway to the north of this property, which would come into the backside of the property. This property is landlocked, so we don't have access to it from an alleyway in the back. So we need to be able to access it from West 38th. We have tucked the reason for the 3 stories, we have tucked the garage, 2-bay garage underneath the house. So you pull in from the east, you go west, and then turn around into the garage. The garage door is facing west on the site plan, and then we have a porch with a walkout balcony above on the east side facing the street. If you could go to the next slide, please. This just shows a little bit closer up detail of how that driveway works. Pulling in, you can see where the gate is located just to the northwest of the house here. Pulling into the driveway, there will be a deck over a portion of the garage, about 8 feet, leading to the backyard. You can see the stair coming down on the southwest corner there, and then you can see a little bit more detail of what's going on with the patio on the east. If you go to the next few slides, are just the second floor plan. The next one is the 3rd floor plan, which has all the bedrooms. And then you can jump to it's a roof plan. And I think I have a couple elevations, but it's probably better just to go right to the renderings. If you can jump to that. Yeah, one more, please. Okay, so what you're seeing here is for context, on the left-hand side or south side of this property is a 2-story existing apartment building, brick apartment building. Just north is about a 1.5-story single-family residence. Beyond that is a 2-story brick building, apartment building again, and then beyond that is a 2.5-story single-family residence, and then north of that is a 4-story brick school, which is kind of offset from West 38th. Across the street is an industrial garage, which is right on the street. And then just south of that are some fairly large multifamily residential properties. And so looking at this rendering here, the material palette's pretty simple. We're showing cedar wood for the main facade, and then the underside of the roof structure also wrapping with cedar wood. And then on the exterior, the darker portion would be a lap siding in a charcoal gray. And the porch element would be concrete. And above that, we're just proposing to have that walkout balcony, which would have some plant growth coming off of a small planter that would be along that edge. The previous designs that we have been through Block Club and well, actually, it was mostly just Block Club, but we had a garage which was on a 45-degree angle, which followed that cantilever portion on the north side of this property. And it was determined after we went through zoning review that was not allowed. And so that's why we decided to pull that garage out, straighten off that driveway, and pull into the back of the property to get into the garage. So that is one of the changes that we have made since seeing Block Club. Another one would be that we added the glass on what is the right side of this image. There's a ribbon glass that kind of runs down the side there. There was some concern over this being a little bit too radical, and honestly, the height of this structure, as you see it now, is 34'10", just underneath the 35-foot allowable height restriction. And really, the main impetus for tilting the pitch of the roof the way that we did was to stay underneath and keep the scale down, but stay underneath that height allowance. And also, because the Yosakis like the design of it. And so if you can go through a few more of the renderings. So this is a view from the northeast. Here's just a shot from up above showing because of the roof slope, I needed the head height for the stairs and also for a restroom on the south side hallway of that third floor. And so that's what that bump out is at that point. It gives you a little better view of how that balcony sticks out with some trellis work to bring it down to the residential scale. You can go to the next slide, please. There's a little bit more of a contextual shot. You can see the two brick buildings on the left and the right, and then the single family residence in the middle there. And just the massing, there is a pretty significant tree in the tree lawn, which I excluded in some of the renderings so you could see the design a little bit better, but this one shows it with it in. Next slide, please. Just another contextual shot showing the alleyway between the house and the apartment building. And then the next few slides just show some more contextual images. I've shown that driveway. There is a side entrance to the house as well. And then this just shows a view from the apartment building itself towards the house. I believe that's it. That is it. And if I may, I would ask if the Yosakis would like to share anything real quick.
I guess introduce ourselves real quick. We're Ohio City residents currently. Owned a home on 45th for about 7 years. We have 2 little boys and a little girl on the way. And what drew us to this plot, which we purchased about 1.5 years ago, it's currently vacant, is the proximity to the park, the school just down the road, which our oldest son was just accepted to, and just really wanted to stay in the neighborhood and are excited to go through this process.
Thank you. Any additional comments from Mrs. Yosaki? Okay, so
I believe she's currently trying to get the youngest down for a nap.
all right. Just want to be respectful. I saw you both were joining us, so we'll move on to local design review committee feedback.
Hi, good morning, or sorry, good afternoon. It's been a few hours since this meeting started. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. So the local design review committee tabled this unanimously. It was suggested that they look at so this was tabled unanimously by the local design review committee, and some of the comments from that meeting were that they suggested that the property owners look at installing the garage as proposed along the shared driveway rather than on the rear of the house, or on the at the shared driveway rather than on the north side of the house, and that it would still be their preference not to install a new curb cut on this site, given that there are not many curb cuts on the street and that there's a school and a park nearby. The front setback was not clear in the renderings to the committee. And they also stated that they thought the form does not comply with the Secretary of Interior standards, but the design team argued that it does. And they were concerned with how it was designed and that it may look more like a townhome with main living spaces off the first floor. And it doesn't match the common styles in the historic district, and that it didn't fit within the character of the neighborhood. But the designers did, and I'm sure they will reply to that. And then and on the community side, this went before the neighborhood block club, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, with the front-loaded garage, and they were not in support of the design as it was presented, but the design has since changed, with the garage being oriented on the rear of the property now, as opposed to the front. So that's a large change from when the design went before the block club. But yes, this was tabled unanimously by the local design review committee with some of those comments to be considered. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pettit, you have feedback for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, we received 3 letters of support for the project. One from Councilman Gary McCormick, a letter from Ron and Jennifer O'Leary, and also one from David Merriman, both of whom are residents of the Ohio City neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to, is Councilman here? Or move on? No? All right. We'll move on to, we'll open the floor for commission's comments and questions. Mr. Santora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the design portion, I think the building is designed quite nicely. I feel like the homages to the pitched roofs do fit in with the context of the neighborhood. As far as Secretary of Interior standards, I think this falls within it. It's new design, which is made to look new, but it does pay homage to the context around it. I think the design is quite sharp. For the driveway, is there currently a shared easement agreement with the adjacent building? With that driveway?
It is an easemented driveway, but I would defer to Sean. When you purchased the property, Sean, did that easement carry over to you? Do you have any legal documentation of that?
My assumption is that it does carry over. I guess I'm not sure that I have legal documentation of that. I would say that from our perspective, and I understand the reason to minimize curb cuts. From our perspective, this is just a safety issue with our children. I do not feel comfortable in the least bit sharing a driveway just with kind of a rotating cast of apartment tenants. And with young kids, I want the driveway to kind of be more under our control.
Okay, that's understandable. My question would be, Carl, can you go back to the site plan real quick? Have you done turning radius studies on the accessibility of that garage with the pad that you have back there? In looking at it, I think you're going to have some really hard times, especially if you have 2 cars you're trying to park in there, to make those turns with what looks to be, what is that, like a 20-foot pad, 25-foot pad, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I did some, I'm sorry to speak over you, but I
go
did
ahead.
some preliminary K-turn studies, and obviously we need to look into a little bit further. Currently shown is a 25-foot deep pad. And because of the way the tightness of the site was, that's why we decided to try for that angled garage in the first place, knowing that this could potentially be an issue. But since that's not allowed at this point, this is pretty much the next best thing, because what the Yasakis want to maintain is some sort of backyard for obvious reasons, having 3 little ones. So, and I will also add just one more comment on that curb cut. The only curb cut on this side of the street for West 38th is that shared easement curb cut for the for the apartment building and this property. The going further north, it's actually a road that leads to the back alley that gets to all the other properties' garages through an alleyway. So there is only one other curb cut on this side of the street in this block.
Correct. And it looks, I'm looking at the Google Earth image now. It looks like there's a very wide apron on the adjacent side of the street. Did you guys look at different driveway materials to lessen the impact of the drive and make it feel like it's more continuous? The sidewalk space is more continuous across.
We have not explored that yet, but we would be open to looking into options for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think when you take a look and do a little bit more study into that turning space, I mean, our preference would be not to have the additional curb cut. But even looking at the way that the building is situated now, and looking at this site plan, you still probably don't have enough room to actually utilize that existing drive unless you shifted the building all the way to the other side of the property line.
Correct. We would have to be really close to that existing residential building on the north there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our preference would be not to have it, but I mean, it seems like there may be some hardship circumstances here. Well, this is conceptual only, correct? So I would recommend, as you are continuing to work through the process, look and see if there are some options that you can do to utilize that space, the shared drive, and if you can make it work, that would be great. But if there are ways, if you can make the current situation work as well, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback, Mr. Santoro. Mr. Strickland, you had feedback next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say that I think the design is spectacular. And I think it'll fit very well as a modern structure within this historic context. I have a question as to whether any variances will be required given the siting of this structure on the site.
Once we eliminated that angled garage, no variances are required at this time.
So your side setback to the south meets the setback requirements.
Correct.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing this addition to the street. I think it'll be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey, you had feedback next.
I really like this architecture. It's really different, but I do have a question about the height from where the pitch of the roof starts pushing up to where it ends. I'm just curious of where that height is, or where the bottom of that window up to the tip of that roof. How tall is that? Do you understand what I'm asking? I wish I could point. So
no,
I
do understand.
Yeah, you do. Okay. Yeah, from that point. Yeah. Oh, yeah. How tall is that?
To the highest peak?
Yeah.
That's 34'10".
Okay. And then what's the overall height from the ground level up to that point? That's 34, what Carl just pointed to.
Oh, I'm sorry. The overall height is 34'10".
Okay, 34'10".
The eave width is about 8 inches. So.
Okay, but Carl, could you point again? What I was talking about? Yeah, from that point up, what's the height of that?
I got you. If you could jump to the elevation sheet, Carl, I'd appreciate it. I don't know if I have an exact dimension of that. I had to do some math, and unfortunately, I'm on my iPad, so I can't look that up right now.
That's fine. Carl, could you go to the site plan? Right there, yeah. I see where you have the garage in the rear. Is this also part of the property beyond that rear? Is that part of the property or that's someone else's property?
It's all the way out to the 38.47 feet. Yeah, all the way to the left of that.
Else's property. All right. Yeah, I really, this is something different. I really like this design. I don't want to be offensive or anything. I'm just wondering, it's just a culture related architecture. Where did the design concept came from? I kind of like this.
It was driven by meetings with the clientele, obviously, and their preferences of what they like to see in their future house. But it was also born out of the fact that kind of folding roof form was, like I said from the beginning, was the need to get that under 35 feet, honestly. And so by tilting it off to the side, we were able to accomplish that. Otherwise, the only other way to do it would be to put a standard 2-story house with an A-frame and then have these 2 huge dormers kind of stick out from either side. And that look was not preferred by the Isakis.
And also, I see you have a patio that you can walk out from the second level. Is that also woodwork, or what type of material is that?
That'll be wood as well.
And obviously on the first level, if you look up, it's also wood as well too. And then the ground is concrete or what? I see you have a concrete wall, but I'm assuming that's concrete.
Mm-hmm.
At night for the lighting, do you have downspouts going along the sides of the eave, or especially that we set back on that smaller portion? How's the lighting on this building? Recess lightings or anything like that?
The only lighting proposed at this point would be probably wall sconces at the doors, and then we are planning on putting some recessed down lights in the underside of that balcony on the front there.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find this design to be extremely incompatible with the historic district, the overall shape, the materials, the asymmetrical fenestration, which you don't really see down here. I think it would be fine south of Lorraine. I do not think it works in this location given the historic context of the neighborhood. I am fine with the curb cut. That makes sense given their having small kids, but overall the design it's going to leap out from the block and say, hey, I am new and different, and I think the new construction needs to demur to the existing. So that at this point, I cannot support this project the way it currently looks. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission? I guess I'll give mine now while we're waiting to see if there's others. And I am in between. I am intrigued by the architecture. I do think it's a little too tall, though, in proportion to the buildings around it. I wonder if it could be brought down. I think the contrasting materials are intriguing, but I think it is it's causing it to stand out more than others. So I would say I don't know, Carl, if you could go to the rendering that is right there. If there's opportunities to soften some of the aspects of the design, like specifically that shed that is there on that south side so that it starts to relate to the materiality of the surrounding and soften, these dark, contrasting planes that you currently have. I think it would allow it to fit better into its context if it was softened some. Because right now it just feels like the north and the south side are very austere, and without a lot of windows, the dark color makes it even more contrasting. So I'd encourage you to look at ways to soften like specifically this shed area here that could allow it to fit into the clapboards area of its neighbors. But also the height. I think at 30, I know it's just shy of 35 feet. It is making it, I think today is just maybe it's just a pressure point of height that, and if this could be brought down and the scale brought down some, I think it would fit into the context much better also. I don't mind the curb cut. I would encourage you to do the turning radius studies and or the driveway. I was looking, is the driveway 9 feet wide? Is that correct?
The driveway is, actually, I don't recall. I'm sorry. I think I have the dimensioned on the site plan.
You do. Your second dimension's a little difficult to read. It looks like it's a 2 foot, but the dimension lines are cutting it.
Okay.
Some.
I believe it's at least 9 feet, yes.
Okay. Yeah, just look to make sure that you have enough turning radius there, and then looking in, obviously, because this is new, as Mr. Santora mentioned, if you explored alternate materials for that driveway, it might allow it to not feel or express itself as much as a new curb cut as a concrete driveway would.
Right.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Not seeing any. Does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback about the design from the commission?
I believe I'm satisfied. Sean, do you have any additional comments or questions?
No, but thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for bringing this forward. We look forward to seeing how you continue to develop the project.
Thank you.
That concludes our conceptual plan reviews for today. We have one additional item on our agenda, Design Review Committee appointments, Tremont Historic District, Suzanne Maltzer. Did I say that right? And Tyler Westcott Rice. I didn't scroll down.
Madam Chair, we have 2 new appointments for the Tremont Design Review Committee. Both of them are registered architects. Ms. Meltzer is with RDL. Mr. Rice is with Fabo Architecture. I just met Ms. Meltzer at a design review meeting earlier this week, and we've worked with Mr. Rice in the past. I think they're both good candidates for our design review committee. They both live in the neighborhood, and I believe they're both in attendance. And thank you both for hanging on till the end of the meeting.
Thank you. This is Suzanne Meltzer, and I'm happy to be nominated for the Tremont Historic Review Committee, as I've been a neighbor or a resident of Tremont for 25 years. Built on West 7th and then fully renovated a house on West 11th in the district, the historic district. So really looking forward to serving on this community, as I have, real vested interest in what happens in the neighborhood.
Is Mr. Rice also with us? Looks like he may have had to step away. Well, we welcome you to the committee, and we look forward to getting your feedback in future reviews.
Thank you.
We need to make a motion on this, Don, correct?
And I'm muted. We can do them both together if you want to.
Would someone like to make a motion related to the recommendation of appointment? Is that correct? Terminology done?
It's actually a motion to appoint.
All right, a
To the
motion to
committee.
appoint to the committee.
This is Alan Dreyer. I will make the motion to appoint both Suzanne Meltzer and Tyler Westcott Rice to the Tremont Historic Committee.
Excellent, thank you. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, this is Anthony St. Charles, second.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Miss Anderson,
Yes.
Miss Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
They are appointed unanimously. Thank you.
Excellent. We welcome you and look forward to hearing your feedback in future reviews.
Thank you.
Administrative reports? Any today?
Just a couple items, I think. We have a site visit scheduled for next Tuesday at the Rockefeller Building. And Carl may have an update on the times for that. But it's basically to look at the condition of the garage, which is on Rockwell. I think it's Rockwell or Frankfurt. It's on Frankfurt behind the main building, and also to tour the building to talk about the plans for the building moving forward. We also have a site visit for next week to Holy Ghost Church in Tremont. There's a proposal to adapt the church into an event space. And it went to the design review committee last week, but there's a major issue with how they're going to treat the stained glass windows in the church. And so we're planning a site visit to just look at the conditions and to talk about other options for the windows. I will get back to you all about the day and time next week for that site visit. And Carl, do you have any update on the Rockefeller Building walkthrough?
It is from 8 to 9 on Tuesday morning.
Okay.
All
I
right.
think that's all I have unless you have any questions.
Carl, this is Bob Strickland. I should be able to attend that meeting that's on the 13th, right? Next Tuesday?
Correct.
All right. And Don and Madam Chair, I will be out of the country starting on the 14th. So since I'm fully vaccinated, we're going to start traveling again. So
Good for you.
I'm not sure if I'll have access on the 22nd to attend the meeting or not. So if I can, I will, but
Okay.
I'll try to attend that meeting, but I might not, it might not be possible.
Do you expect to be back for the May meeting?
Yeah, I'll be back on May 5th.
Okay, great.
All right. Well, I think we're all jealous of that comment. Are you going where are you going this time? I should say it that way.
Costa Rica.
Nice.
3 weeks in Costa Rica.
Very nice.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, I think that concludes our meeting, and we will adjourn and see everyone in 2 weeks.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank
See
you
ya.
all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care.